of RUSA-sponsored National Conference on Health and Wellness, organized by Dr. BMN College of Home Science in collaboration with Avinashi Lingam Institute of Home Science. To begin the today's proceedings, I would like to invite Ms. Bhavisha Sancheti, Assistant Professor of Dr. BMN College of Home Science, to kindly come forward and speak to introduce the key speaker of the day, Dr. Shobha Udupi, who will be speaking on the role of Ayurveda in women's health.
Thank you, Samya. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our key speaker for today, Dr. Shobha Anand Udupi ma'am. She is the CEO, Research Director, Head, Kasturba Integrative Health Sciences Medical Research Foundation, Professor Emeritus at the University of Transdisciplinary Health Science and Technology, Bangalore. Ma'am has been a former professor and head of department for food science and nutrition, SNDT Women's University. In her in her entire career, ma'am has guided 20 PhDs to completion and presently is still guiding 3 PhD scholars. She's conducted more than 50 projects funded by national and international agencies. She started diploma in diabetes care and education at Department of Food Science and Nutrition, SNDT Women's University, in collaboration with Denmark under the guidance of Dr. H.B. Chandalia. She started MSc in Clinical Nutrition and Dietetics for the Department of Food Science and Nutrition, SNDT Women's University, Juhu campus. Ma'am has authored 4 books, 9 chapters, and 123 papers in national and international journals. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us today. I invite Dr. Shobha ma'am to kindly.
Thank you, Bhavisha, and thank you, Dr. Sengupta, for inviting me. And I'm no expert in Ayurveda, okay? It's just that when I retired, I was called by Professor Dr. Ashok Vaidya, who is who was MD General Medicine and PhD in Clinical Pharmacology. He was Medical Director Ciba Geigy for Southeast Asia. And he gave me this brief that thanks, that I want you to focus on Ayurveda. So I was a total novice. So my journey of learning this ancient system of medicine is something that started in 2016, all right? Starting with the fact that I knew zero Sanskrit. So I have with me, who has collaborated on this work, is my dean, former dean and now COO, Dr. Nutan Nabar, who is highly qualified. She is MD Ayurveda, PhD in biological science, health sciences, plus she has an MA in Sanskrit and a PhD diploma in Ayurvedic dietetics. So in front of her, I feel very, very. But I'll give you a brief background about Ayurveda because some of you may not be familiar. And I won't go into the Sanskrit part of it. But Ayurveda is something which is, its philosophy and its principles are very different from modern medicine. And some of those things are important to recognize. And as much as Ayurveda is concerned, I have not studied Unani, but I know Unani has the same roots in the sense of it's being ancient and it's being holistic, because that's what Ayurveda is. So the main purpose of Ayurveda is not really to cure. It is to maintain health, see that the person continues to remain healthy, and of course, if a person is ill, to cure. So there are what we call the main objectives are swasthya swatya rakshanam. So that means the preventive and social medicine part of it assumes a lot more importance. And of course, in case there is a sick person, you go into the therapeutics. Now, if you look at Ayurveda, there are many things which differ. Ayurveda believes that this body, human body, is made of the same 5 elements that make up this entire universe. That's why this microcosm, that is we, macrocosm, the entire whatever is made. So the emphasis is on integrative health. There is, they believe strongly in the synchrony between biological rhythms and circadian rhythms, and they call it dinacharya for therefore. And then they also talk about how the body changes in response to different seasons, which is called ritucharya. And perhaps, it is one of those sciences where individualized and personal care became a very important central theme of Ayurveda. And very importantly, unlike modern medicine, diet and nutrition are an integral part of working with the human. Now, they look at some things which are very important, and samatva means everything should be in balance. So, they believe in doshas. There are three doshas. Then there is Agni, which is metabolic fire, not fire as we see it. Dhatus, which are the tissues. Mala, which is the waste. Okay. And so, and what do they say? It is not just your physical body. Prasanna means you should be in a good state. So it is not just your body, your spirit, your senses, and your body and your mind should always be in a state of what we call prasanna. Okay, so we in Ayurveda they call them saptadhatus, just like what we have. So they have Majja, that is marrow, asti, that is bone, medha or fat, mamsa, that is muscle, rakta, that is blood, rasa or plasma, and shukra, that is the reproductive fluids, all composed of what they call the mahabhutas, which I have put on the right there. And all of this goes to make what they call the three doshas, that is vata, pitta, kapha. Now that is very, very fundamental, or the cornerstone of all the work that Ayurveda does. Why is it not moving forward? Okay, so if you look at, it has not moved there, huh? So if you look at the dhatus, as I said, there are 7 dhatus. Now Ayurveda believes that each dhatu or each tissue has its own Agni. Now see, 5,000 years ago, there was no biochemistry, no genetics, no chemistry, nothing. Chemistry was there. Okay. So each dhatu has its own Agni. What does that mean? That those cells of that tissue are carrying out those functions, the capability of processing and doing whatever. Okay, so which means in their own words, to digest and transform the materials, make it suitable for assimilation and nourish that tissue. And there are what, so they are called dhatvagni. So each tissue, that particular metabolic process, physiologic processes that are typical of that tissue are responsible for the development of that tissue. And so food that we eat is converted into what they called in that time a microform, which they call rasa. All right. So with all of this, it forms what is called rasa dhatu. And then we want what is known as samanavata. Just 1 minute. What is this? Okay, so there is something known as Samanavata. Okay, very important. Now, there are many Agnis which we'll go through, but the one that is very important is the one that is located in the digestive tract. Because ultimately, remember that unless you have digested the food you eat and absorbed the nutrients, etc., that your food is providing, everything else is really going to be a problem. So, any vitiation, that means any imbalance, leads to improper formation of, not really absorbed well. Okay, so there are certain important concepts of diet in principles. So number one, we have what is known as three upastamba. There are 3 pillars of good health in Ayurveda. One is diet, ahar. The second is nidra. Now it's very important, girls, to recognize that in our traditional cultures, sleep was given lot of importance. Modern medicine is discovering it in 21st century. Oh my God, if you don't sleep well, you become at risk of this and that, whatever. Huh? And brahmacharya. Brahmacharya has nothing to do with not having sexual desire or anything. Brahmacharya means that everything should be under control. Whatever you do, it should be well regulated. Okay. So we look at Agni, they look at Prakriti. Now, if those of you are from food science, you will know that sensory evaluation science tells us we have 5 tastes. But here they talk about 6 tastes. We'll talk about that later. And then they talk about Pathya Apathya. That means there could be incompatibility. Hmm? And there is a discipline in how you take food. What is known as Ashta Ahara Vidhi Vishayatan. We are not going to go into that now. Okay, so let's look at the Agnis. The first one, there are at least 13 types where I'm only going to describe 7. So one is what is known as Jathar Agni. That is at the level of the duodenum and stomach. So it is referring to, if your stomach and duodenum are healthy, it is very important. The role of these two tissues were important. Now you could have disturbance in these Agnis, and that will be associated with problems. So if you have Visham Agni, that means high fluctuation, it is associated with certain problems. It may be linked to constipation, it may be linked to flatulence. Obviously, if your stomach is not digesting, undigested material will go in. Tikshagni, that means, very, very fast digestion. That person may experience being hungry more often. So there are, and Samagni means everything. So like that, we have Bhutagni, Dhatavagni. क्यों नहीं हो रहा? हाँ. And so on. So what is Agni at the level of digestion is supposed to be the most important, okay, for good health and to prevent disease. And this is how does the Vaidya tell you? You follow Dinacharya. That means you align your lifestyle with the biological, with how the sun moves and the moon moves, okay, and what you should be doing in the day. Now, traditionally, Ayurveda tells us eat before sunset. In Islam, during Ramzan, don't you do that? You're supposed to break fast at that sunset, okay? Jainism prescribes the same thing. Unfortunately, man has gone and changed. Now, when today there is a lot of work on circadian rhythms, there are 3 Nobel Prize winners who gave us that gyan. You find that when you violate the circadian rhythm, your cycles go all for a toss and you become at risk of metabolic disease. We did a study on 1300 young adults between 16 and 25, and we found that when you eat after 8 p.m., particularly after 7 p.m., your insulin resistance is more. Now, this is at a young age. What's going to happen later? Okay, but in Ayurveda, what they say is it's not just digestion, it is also the thoughts and emotions. So, Agni is very important for what we call darshan or vision. How will you think, or your logic, your discrimination ability, your thinking ability, what they call harsha, your energy levels, whether you are a joyful person, cheerful, contented. So, in our traditional systems of medicine, the human being was never compartmentalized. It is like that today. If I have something wrong with my GI tract, I just can't see a gastroenterologist. If something has got wrong with the colon, then they will send me to a specialist who works in colon cancer. So what happens? The whole person never gets to be seen. All right. So Prakriti, as I said, is supposed to, I'm going to diet, we're not going to go into the other aspects. But Prakriti is characterized by a set of physical, physiological and psychological attributes. And there are when you have a certain Prakriti, I just want to tell you that this Prakriti business, nobody has pure one single Prakriti. You can have combinations of two and you would call it to we end up having 7 subtypes. Okay, so if you have Vata Prakriti, you have an affinity for sweet, sour, salty foods. If you have Pitta Prakriti, you would have affinity for sweet, bitter, and astringent foods. And if you have Kapha Prakriti, pungent, bitter, and astringent foods. And then what is very important, like if a Vata Prakriti person continues to consume what that person should not be consuming, all right, they are saying such a person could age faster, degeneration of the body. Okay, so very important. So what is diet in Ayurveda? Okay, diet is the cause of disease, which we know today in food science and nutrition. But diet is also the means to regain health, and diet is of obviously therapeutic importance. So the person who practices a whole, this is, I have translated the original Sanskrit. So a person who practices regularly a wholesome diet, eats wholesome food, is deliberate in all his actions. Today, in the world of the interface between psychology and nutrition, we have what is known as mindful eating, mindfulness. Huh? Then, not involved in the objects of the mind. So, not overindulgence in sense pleasures. मैं next movie कौन सी देखूं? हाँ? ये कटरीना कपूर ने अभी कौन सा कॉस्ट्यूम पहना, मैं भी ऐसे बनाऊं? वो सब नहीं करना चाहिए ज्यादा. Okay, one who is generous, just, truthful. This is not religion. Please understand. This is a system of medicine telling you how a human being should be. Okay, truthful, forgiving in nature, service minded, and one who helps his own kin. Kin means not relatives, but humans. Okay, that person will remain unaffected by disease. There's a huge mind body connect. So, what is the Ahara Vidhi? You know, Sushruta is one of the old Sanskrit acharyas, they call them, one who gave so much. So, Ekanta Hitkar, Hitkari means apne achhe ke liye. So, they are biologically good. Sorry, examples are water, ghee, rice, and milk. All right. Ekant ahitkar, that means those that will be harmful. And hita that means it is compatible, but not everybody. All bodies are not the same. So something is good for someone, but not good for someone else. So, for example, milk. Somebody who can tolerate milk can drink milk, but somebody who has lactose intolerance, it will become poison for that person. So, that recognition. And so, there is this whole concept of wholesome, unwholesome foods and all of those. Okay, we'll go now. So, there are 8 things that, and these are good things to remember, what we call ahara vidhi. So, what is the nature of the food? First and foremost, karan, what is the modification of that food from the raw state? What we would call processing in today's words. Samayoga, that means what is the combination? See, some things modern nutrition recommend. Khichdi is very good. Pongal, I mean, very good. Why? Because you have a combination of dal and rice and your protein quality improves. But same way, something else may not be very good. Okay. Then Rashi, how much are you eating? You know what Ayurveda says? Let 1/3 of your food be, I mean, stomach be empty. It's very important. You have to train yourself not to feel, I mean, you feel hungry. I've done it myself for years now. Okay, but Desha, that is habitat, that is where was that food grown? I'll give you an example. Mineral content of foods do vary with the place where it was grown. Today, with all this globalization and commercialization, and we export and import, mangoes are available throughout the year. Now, is it really good to eat in that season? We don't know. Kala, that is the time factor, is important. Then Upayoga Samstha, that means there are rules for use. And Upayogta, finally, everything else you have done, but have you considered the user or the consumer? Okay, similarly, others have given even more. So there are certain foods that are considered light and certain foods that are considered heavy. May I tell you, today also we are not very able to kind of bring about concordance between modern nutrition. What is a light food? However, certain things have come into practice and home remedies. So, if you're not well, the first remedy that we will say is okay, you eat either rice porridge, kanji we call it, or you eat khichdi, light food. Huh? Whereas something else you may consider heavy, like if you say sheer korma is not going to be considered light. है ना? Puran poli is never going to be considered light. So similarly, they say certain things. Now we don't know. There is a lot of money required to really find out. Dried meat is not considered light. Fresh meat is not classified as heavy. Huh? So these are so they are not saying don't ever eat them, but don't include them frequently in your diet. Okay, and there are two things which they have not only other they. So when you go against the principles of what has been recommended, Ayurveda calls it pradnyaparad. That means आपने अपने ऊपर ही आपने ये किया है. You have insulted your body. And the two classical examples given in those days are sthaulya, that is obesity. You know, today that coincides. And prameha. Prameha is not diabetes mellitus. Ayurveda recognized pre-diabetes because diabetes is madhumeha. So prameha, you will become at risk. Warning. Okay. Now, so we need, food for many things. For strength, Ayurveda recognizes your complexion depends upon what you do. Very important. Your intellect, okay, we know iodine deficiency will make you having a low IQ. But they not only growth and other things, what they say, even your voice, how melodious your voice is, will depend upon what you eat. Don't look at all this, but these shadrasas are very important. This Dr. Nutan has given me. Madhura ras is sweet. Now, very important, that these tastes, Madhura ras is compatible from birth itself. There are studies done in sensory science. Small baby, soon after birth, on their lips, उनके होठों पे ना bitter substance लगाई गई थी. So that typical ऐसा मुंह बनाया था बच्चों ने. And then they applied sugar solution, and they did this. Compatible since birth. We are born. Compatible with strength. We know sweet does that for us. Compatible with development. But also you indulge too much adiposity, diabetes, cancer, possibly thyroid. Then amla, which means, certain kinds of things, they are associated with GI disturbances, anemia, thirst, inflammation. Lavana is salty. So what do they say? Saltiness gives taste to the food. It may help you to some extent to digest the food, but very bad. Okay? Because it is associated with many things. Then we have tikta, that is bitter. Okay, now too much of bitter is associated with many things. Pungent, not very good. Okay, and kashaya, that is astringent. So those are also associated. So never indulge too much in anything. One of the rules of diet in Ayurveda is that your meal should consist of all 6 days. So you balance each other. Huh? Now I come to the woman's health. So this I am putting from what Ayurveda tells. I'm nothing modern in this. So in a woman's life, up to 16 years, it is Balavastha, that is childhood, where we have predominance of Kapha dosha. And I want to tell you, Kapha dosha is associated with accumulation of tissue. What does that mean? Growth and development. Huh? But the dhatus are immature. Obviously, your bone system, skeletal system is developing. Your brain has almost but not fully developed. And up to this stage, the secondary sexual characteristics have not fully developed. And the body does not have that much muscular strength as you will have later. The next is Madhyavastha, that is between 17 and 60 years of age. Okay. Now the dosha dominance changes. From kapha, it goes to pitta. In this age, your tissues have developed fully. We know from modern physiology. This is the age where you will have good amount of energy, strength, your working capacity, your understanding, your memory, you are able to analyze. They are at their best. Think of it. See what your grandfathers are and what you are and what you were as a child. And then we have old age, that is Vriddhavastha. So that is above 60 years. Although the classical masters differ, like Charaka says 60 years, Sushrut says 70 years. Sushrut is the father of what is known as rhinoplasty. Okay, India gifted rhinoplasty to the world, plastic surgery. All right. Now your vata becomes more of, I mean, your dosha becomes more of vata. And they say that you obviously see a qualitative and quantitative decline in your tissues. So that is how you become, you will have sarcopenia, you are at risk of osteoporosis, etc. etc. There is a decline in power of the indriyas. Your sense, your taste begins to not be so sensitive. Your strength is less, your understanding, your memory is less. Okay, the power of analysis is not as good as it were before. Now if you look at it again, there is a sub classification. So up to 8 years a girl is known as Gauri. Okay, 9 years the girl is known as Rohini. 10 years the girl is known as Kanya. And then Rajaswala. What is Rajaswala? Menstruation. So, any time after 10 years, girls can begin menstruating. I have only given you, and according to Shushruta and Vagbhat, two of the teachers, when does a girl become a woman? Stree, as they call it, only after 16 years of age. Now, this is very relevant, okay? So, they have also told, I've given you the predominance of doshas. Even in, so 12, Kumari is what is known as 10 to 12 years. Rajomati is 12 to 16 years. Middle age, 16 to 40, which is where you all are. You all are all known as Yuvatis. So, India recognized that young adults are up to 40. Today, WHO tells us, हाँ, चलता है. Hmm? Then you have Praudhavastha, that is adulthood. So 40 to 50 is when you are really an adult, and then after that we grow old, like me. So these are the diseases of women defined in the classics. No, the Rajaswala is not a disease, huh? It's a stage. Menstruation. But you could have what is known as yoni vyapat. So there were menstrual disorders that were recognized in that time. Vandhya, that is fertility and sterility. Garbhini paricharya, very interesting how they talk about month-wise diet in pregnancy. Prasava, that is what should the mother do for normal delivery? Will there be, we are not going to the medical part of it, but there may be circumstances when the mother has to undergo surgery. That is C-section, LSCS as I've written. Sutika Paricharya, that means after delivery, there is a lot of things you have to do for the mother. Stanapana, that is, mother is supposed to breastfeed, so you have to look after her, you have to look after some medicines need to be given. If she gets some illness, there is also some prescription. And then this word I loved, menopause. Nivritti is retirement, So Rajo Nivritti means you retire from menstruation. Anyway, and then they have in those days recognized that women can have diseases of the breast, they can have fibroids, cancer was well recognized, and also prolapse of the uterus. Okay, now for Ayurveda, from birth it is very important to nourish the child. But they recognize Rajaswala as a very important phase. This is one of the most important phases. Why? If you have not nourished the girl well, then how will you ensure that she would become a healthy mother, capable of producing a healthy child? So what is recommended is Shali. Shali is 60 days maturity rice. Never eat newly harvested rice. And there are qualities that are associated. Masha, that means udid. Okay. Taila, that means please do give some oil to the girl. Okay. And all of these are very important. Then we have what is known as Artavaksha. That is, this is a menstrual disorder. What does it mean? There could be girls who have oligomenorrhea or hypomenorrhea. And this today we know affects oligomenorrhea affects 13.5% of girls and hypomenorrhea affects about 3.5% of girls. Now, they believe that if a person has been consuming very, very hot foods, please don't associate pickle with hot foods. Their classification is different. So they talk about, now they say that look here, you have a particular dosha, then you have particular types if you have taken too much of something. So if you are kapha dosha and you had too much of sweet food, then you are likely to be a victim of this. Okay. So like that, they have put down certain things. Okay. And we'll not go into details. If you all are interested, I will leave these slides with you because none of this is mine. It is all from internet and of course my Vaidya friend. Now, what does Acharya Charaka say? If the lady consumes an unwholesome diet and has not followed the principles, there will be sanchai, that is accumulation of waste material. Okay, and then you have a problem. So, according to them, so many of our gynecological disorders are actually primarily caused by the type of diet we eat. सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल यू ईट एक्सेसिवली सॉल्टी फूड, जैसे कि आप चाइनीज सूप खाओगे और वो क्या है नूडल्स और फ्राइड राइस खाओगे, बहुत सॉल्टी होता है बिकॉज ऑफ द सोया सॉस। होने वाला है एक आधा खाना, बात अलग होती है। घर का खाना कभी तो खाना चाहिए। देन आम्ल, दैट इज सावर, heavy, that is guru, pungent, that is katu. Somehow Ayurveda doesn't like us eating curd. They say prefer buttermilk. Vinegar, sukta, very clearly mentioned. Don't take curd water. So don't indulge in incompatible diets. And then what they say, adhyashana, that means you were not hungry but you ate. That means your previous food that you took had not been digested. So you're burdening your system. No. So what will happen? Undigested food will go down. It will remain undigested and all the probable problems. So one of the things they are associating it with is dysfunctional uterine bleeding. Then another Vaidya says, Dushta bhojan, that means you ate very insipid food. So, you know, your spices should be in balance. They are not saying don't eat saltless, don't eat spiceless, but be balanced in what you eat. And then cooked on the previous day. So, this is why when you think of all the food you eat in the hotels, है वो सांबार कल बना था या आज बना था? वो फ्रीटो लेस चिप्स 6 महीने पहले बने थे शायद। सोचिए बिस्किट कब बना था? There's a difference. So then also they talk about Viruddha Shasan, that is Viruddhashan, that is incompatibility. All of these provoke what they call, you know, the doshas. And so that is very important in terms. And salty diets have been identified. Now we come to Garbhini Paricharya. I did not have time to put together a slide, but there is one person who has in those days actually described the embryo to the fetus, and those descriptions match with the sonographic pictures of today. For example, initially the blastocyst forms and the cells are dividing, and he says it looks like there are bubbles together. How did they observe? God alone knows, huh? Nothing there. But they say that preconceptional care is extremely important. What do they mean? That it is very important that every set of parents should have physically, mentally, spiritually healthy babies. So what should you do? You should pay attention to the diet. Now please understand, Ayurveda doesn't talk about only the mother. It says both the father and the mother have to take immense care. And you know, Ayurveda has prescribed age for marriage. A girl should not get married before 16 years of age. And a boy should not get married before 20 years of age. absolute recognition that sexual maturity is extremely important. So they have in uh, pregnancy, they have what is known as masanumasic. Every month, what should you be doing in the diet? Then, what are the activities that are important? There could be certain things that are harmful for the fetus, and there are what are known as garbhastapak dravyas. That means these will be beneficial for maintenance of pregnancy. Why follow this? Because very important is there should be softening of the pelvis, the waist, the sides of the chest, back. Remember, we're talking about an age where, yes, they did practice surgery, but everything was natural delivery. Hmm? And also apanavata, but actually it is the strength for the muscles to push downward when the baby has to be delivered. Then proper evacuation of urine and stools, recognizing that constipation occurs, and then promotion of strength and complication. And ultimately, that the mother should be able to deliver a healthy baby with ease. And of course, there should be no risks. Already recognize the risk of miscarriage, the risk of damage to the fetus, risk of toxemia, and any other complications. So they are very clearly saying the health and well-being of your baby will depend on the health and nutrition of the mother. Mother and fetus are compared to seed and soil. If you have not nurtured the soil, how do you expect to get a seed and a tree which is going to be healthy? And so the emphasis was on safe motherhood. Try to have a fetus which will not have anomalies. Try to have a full term delivery. See, all these are recognized. And for that, extremely important to safeguard the mother. Okay? And they say, why care for the woman? Not just because of the progeny. This is the gender which propagates the entire human species. If you don't respect her, what are you going to do? All right. So, very important. What, according to this, dharma, that is not religion, righteousness, artha, that is wealth of a family, wealth of a society, Lakshmi, that is auspiciousness, and Loka, that is the entire universe, are all there in every woman. So she has to be respected. Okay. Now they give great importance to how healthy the ovum is. Okay. So that is important, and there are specific nutritional measures. During pregnancy, rules for intercourse have been prescribed. We are not going to go into those details. See, I've said young women less than 16 and boys under 20 should not bear children. Very strong statement has been made in those days. Husband and other family. Now, see how they involved husbands, and today look at husbands, huh? Husband and other family members are advised to oversee the pregnant woman's diet, encourage her to indulge in activities that are healthy and enjoyable to her, eh, and beneficial for the baby. So, holistic. So, see that her diet, her behavior, her activities, her environment. Do you know, I've not put all those, but in one text it is said, please do not fight in the house during pregnancy. Please do not create an unhealthy, unhappy atmosphere for the mother. Okay? So think how far they thought that if you want a healthy mother, she should not be disturbed. Otherwise, an unhappy mother will obviously not be able to bear a healthy child. So always remember that the kind of decisions you make, and there are three things. Why? Because you nourish the mother herself, you nourish the baby, and you are preparing for lactation. Okay. Now Charak says from day one when fertilization occurs, mother should. So very important, women go for confirming pregnancy only after the first trimester. But women kind of get a sign. So if you are thinking of going in for pregnancy, you start taking a congenial diet from day one. Huh? And milk is advised throughout pregnancy. Now think of it. Milk is a whole food. We're not saying eat the fat from the milk. Milk is a whole food. Huh? So they have what is known as Masanumasic Ahar Krama. Now remember, these are musts. You are eating other things, pulses, meat, whatever you are eating. They are not saying only eat this, but the emphasis also should be here. So in the first trimester, they say most women will experience nausea and vomiting. So give that mother cold milk. Don't warm the milk. Then give sweet liquid diet so she can retain liquid and milk, because she's vomiting, you don't want her to get dehydrated, and yet you want her to be nourished. There could be certain anabolic medicines that are given by the vaidya. We are not going to go into that now. From the 4th month, they say the fetus has begun to grow, so it requires a lot more of those substances what we interpret as protein to build the fetal tissues. Okay. And one of the examples given is meat soup. May I tell you, Ayurveda was not vegetarian. They do talk about meat consumption, but they don't talk about domesticated animals. They say eat jungle mass because there will be less fat in the meat. Very critical, very critical. Hmm? Then pregnant woman should eat the food she likes, eat those foods that are good for the heart, eat foods that are more in liquid form, slightly sweet. We are not saying mithai, so that she should give up unhealthy diet, practice good conduct, eat moderate amounts of oily food, okay, and eat foods that will increase agni, that means improve her digestive and metabolic capacities. Sushruta talks about the same things, and then also talks about include her. Please look at her ability to tolerate and digest foods. So some of the things recommended were hot water, meat, shali shashtika rice, moong, light to digest, wheat, flour of parched rice, very easy to digest, no, poha, butter, cow's milk ghee. No, I want to tell you, the commercial cow's milk ghee today is not the way Ayurveda expects it to be, okay? If you eat curd, that is allowed, but you mix it with sugar. Now, sugar is not the sugar we buy in the shop. All of you know misri? They say eat misri with it. Or other condiments have been recommended. You can have honey. They talk warmly about honey. Sugar, of course. Amla, which is supposed to be a rasayana. Draksha, that is dried this. Manuka, the black ones. Extremely good for constipation, and they are concentrated sources of energy. Amla is a very good source of vitamin C. So the foods emphasized. Then there are meat soup, and somebody has prescribed yam. No, I don't like yam myself. So how many people will eat sura and God alone knows. So there are many things that a banana is encouraged. I don't know about jackfruit. In all, when you look at all the foods that are prescribed, they're all anabolic foods, which is interesting. Then, you know, month wise, when you look at it, in the first month, the mother should have at least 2 glasses of milk. If you say an average glass is 200 ml, they are recommending you eat 400 ml. So तुम्हारा calcium requirement बन गया. Think of it throughout pregnancy, but emphasis in the first month. And they say you can, if the mother is having vomiting, you can add elaichi. You could add, nowadays this is a new why they are talking कि आप मिल्क मसाला डालो, easily available, but that will be salt, cardamom, and almonds. Then Shatavari Kalpa, that leave it to the Vaidya, you don't take all those. Then second month, of course, you give certain things. Third month, you add honey and ghee. Okay, or if the mother prefers buttermilk, please add honey. So see, the carbohydrate is coming in, which the fetus relies on glucose for growth. Remember that. And in the 4th month, if of course in those days butter was in unsalted, so unsalted butter and milk with a small amount of sugar. Then 5th month, increase your intake of ghee. When I'm saying this, if you have not done fetal development and nutrient requirements in relation to what the fetus is putting on, which is the metabolic fuel the fetus requires, this dovetails with that. Okay, and whenever ghee is mentioned, I've told you. Then 6th month, you can have sweet tasting herbs. So licorice is what your mother or grandmother may be given when you are coughing. उसको जष्टी मधु कहते हैं. licorice. Then 7th month, 6th month ke jaisa. 8th month you prepare a sweet gruel. So not the kheer like we concentrate, but you put a little thing. And in that the thing can be made of either rice or suji or wheat vermicelli. But see that the mother has it at least once a day. Now 9th month, they talk about certain treatments which I am not going to. This my colleague has added. But again they come back and say you have to take greatest care in the first and third trimester. The first trimester, of course, emphasis should be first trimester. Why? The uterus should be ready and prepared to nourish the fetus. So also take fruit juices, tender coconut. And in the last trimester, don't consume too much salt because the risk of toxemia is there. Huh? Well recognized. Then, of course, ghee is emphasized a lot because ghee not only is important for internal lubrication, they claim it is important for mental skills. And I want to share with you one of the first studies I did with the Vaidya on Ayurveda was on ghee, not medicated, cow's ghee. And we fed this ghee to our SNDT hostel student for 3 months. 20 grams per day. Nobody put on weight. Very interesting. And their cognitive performance actually improved. Because this was something I contested with them. कुछ भी बकते रहते आप लोग, हाँ संस्कृत में हमको तो कुछ समझता भी नहीं. So we did that. And then they talk about eating butter with crystal sugar. Buttermilk is very important because it will improve digestion, reduce flake. Think of it. Buttermilk will be a good source of probiotics. Good source. So this is very, and then don't include those things that will be harmful for the fetus. I'm not going to go into details, but there are things given which could increase the risk of congenital defects. Okay. Now, most interesting, Ayurveda says walking, swimming, and yogasana is important for the mother. In the first trimester, mother can practice all the asanas, but those asanas which will encourage pelvic and hip opening. That is, generally, you can do it sitting or standing. So, an example I've given here, which I'll elaborate further, is Baddha Konasana, that one on the left. Then open legs forward bend, that is Upavishta Konasana. And all these are actually those that promote the flexibility and strength of the spine. Not only that, music therapy is recommended. So you encourage her to listen to music. Soothing music helps the baby. It's true. Today there are experiments done. So that is very thing interesting. And then here come the trimester wise. So first trimester Trikonasana, Veerabhadrasana, that is the warrior pose. And the advantages are there. Like, why do Veerabhadrasana? It strengthens your body, stretches the groin area, stretches your back muscles. The mother's stamina and flexibility improve. She will begin to experience backache. So that is relieved. Then Vrikshasana, also because it will stretch and improves concentration. Then Vajrasana, very important. This pose actually relieves constipation also. It will relieve hyperacidity, and this is the only asana that you can practice even after taking a meal. Then Matsya Kridasana, flapping fish pose, which you see on the right. This stimulates digestion and relieves constipation. Very honestly speaking, this you can do, any woman can do even while she's sleeping. Nobody needs a कि क्यों करती है ऐसा. Then Marjarasana, that is cat stretch pose. Very important in toning the reproductive system. This is third trimester. Now, when you look at that pose there, extreme, right? You will say, ma'am, how can a 9-month-old pregnant woman do that full forward bend? Do you know there is BK Iyengar, center is at Pune. They have suggested don't do the full forward bend. Take a stool and just do that. So making it easier for doing all that will be important to build your muscle strength so that the mother will be able to withstand. You know how much pounds force is there of these muscles during delivery? Google करके देखो. How the body is so wonderful, wonderful machine. Then you have Tadasan, very easy, Bhadrasan and Kati Chakrasan, waist rotating. See, this becomes very flexible. Then you have, this is the last trimester, Ardha Titliasan. They recognize now you can't do the full Titliasan pose, but some women who are able to can do the Purna Titliasan, Chakki Chalasan. Some of you may be familiar with Gugre ma'am. Huh? So Gugre ma'am used to tell me her grandmother in their family, whoever was pregnant, in our days we used to have that grindstone. She used to make them do that. Chakki Chalanasan, because you bend forward, you develop all these muscles, you're preparing your pelvis. And then Uttanasan, squat and rise, so that will also tone up the pelvic girdle and all that. Okay, so it enables fast and easy delivery. Now, I'm not going to go into these details because these are given by modern Vaidyas, but I got it checked by my colleague, but there's a lot of it. So I'm not going to go into that. And so many things, eat this, and essentially include this. Now we come to this stage of Rajonivritti, and that is menopause. Now, in Ayurveda, menopausal symptoms are regarded as number one, there is a natural and gradual consequence of aging, but there is going to be an imbalance of these doshas. So if you want to work with a woman who has menopause, very difficult period for some women, but not for all. So you need to understand what was the state of the dosha when the woman started having menopause. And there is something called apanavat, which I told you is the downward movement. Basically it governs the genitourinary tract elimination, so you have to prepare these parts. So there could be Vata dominant who will have these menopausal. So somebody who has Vata dominance will experience dryness of the vagina. So then there are diets recommended. Okay, if you have too much of Vata dosh, how do you eat? Extremities get cold. This person will have difficulty in falling asleep. Hot flashes could be there. Feeling of anxiety, pain, nervousness. बेटा फोटो मत लो, मैं छोड़ के जा रही हूँ. Huh? Nervousness, mood swings, dry skin, palpitation, bloating, constipation. Those who have pitta predominance will be more irritable. They will have too much of hot flashes. They will experience night sweats. Then the periods at that time could be extremely heavy. There could be a burning sensation. Some of them might get skin manifestation. Some of them might get urinary tract infection. If you have kapha dominance, there is a likelihood that this woman will gain weight during menopause. She will be depressed, feel lethargic, doesn't feel very motivated. Such are the people where you might find thyroid has started malfunctioning. This kapha dominance could lead in fibrocystic changes. There could be excessive fluid retention. So you will have to look at now what are the diets. This is where, which I found very interesting. So if a woman has vata dominance during menopause, what do? You give her more of warm foods and warm beverages, encourage her to eat. So very commonplace things, nothing very very special you have to do. Make sure that she eats her meals at the right time. Use spices like fennel, that is saunf and jeera. Decrease the stimulant intake. So no Pepsi, Coke, sab band karo, coffee band karo. Don't have refined sugar. Try to avoid salads. Lifestyle changes are important. Try to tell her that go to early during bedtime. Encourage having massage with almond oil or olive oil. Meditation, yoga, regular exercise, and those are the medicines. Okay. But very interestingly, they have said use bear, Ziziphus. Then pitta dominance, increase your intake of cooling foods, increase the water intake, increase intake of sweet juicy fruits. I've listed them. Encourage, zucchini is a modern day, but they have begun to incorporate. Use spices like cinnamon, cardamom, and fennel. Avoid hot spicy foods, hot drinks, and alcohol. You may say, why is ma'am saying alcohol? Today women drink alcohol, so tell that person to stop. Massage is encouraged, but the oil changes with the dosha. Now the oil is coconut oil and til oil. Okay? And meditation or any other technique. So you may go to a modern day counselor because you want to reduce these feelings of anger. Sometimes anger of hatred also come in, or resentment. And then for kapha dominant, you give that person light, dry, warm food. Encourage consumption of fruits and whole grains and legumes. The spices you will give are black pepper, turmeric, ginger, and when I say ginger, Ayurveda generally talks about sont. It doesn't talk about fresh ginger necessarily. Avoid meat, cheese, sugar, and try and have a weekly fast. See, the first two doshas, not this. Most of the food should be consumed before 6 p.m. Get up early in the morning. Massage, yes, but now with mustard oil and linseed oil, not others. And use herbs like cinnamon, mustard. These haritaki and nagarmot are actually in the domain of medicines. Okay, but otherwise, make sure that a woman who is undergoing menopause drinks plenty of warm water throughout, warm, not just water, plenty of cooked leafy greens. Okay, and then if they have pitta and vata predominance, then you have cooked apples, prunes, figs. Okay, panchakarma is recommended for those who have got really severe hot flashes, who are experiencing a lot of sleep disturbance, and those who have got pretty bad mood swings. Okay, because they are signs of what they call buildup of ama, as it is known, that is waste material and toxins. Okay, so these are the details. I will not go into them, but if you have, there's apatya, means these you can follow by dosha. Apatya means not recommended. All right. So the foods recommended for vata, pitta, kapha are different. And for apatya also they are different. So you'll see, for example, for vata dosha, they would not recommend peanut. They would not recommend lobia or cowpeas. Okay. Not recommend chana. Not, interestingly, not recommending green gram. All right. Not recommending cold water. Don't have late night sleep. Excess. This is a very nice article. I'd encourage you to go through this by Patel, Vishnoi, and Nilima, because it is the entire woman's reproductive health and disease. But I've referred to a lot other, but this one I put, and I didn't have time. So I could not make the list of references. I promise I will make that and send it across to ma'am. So, very important that every day for women, general rules now, daily when you have a bath, try to massage your body with either sesame oil or coconut oil. You maintain your skin health and your joint health, part of your daily routine. Then this is important also for stress relief, improving your sleep, your vitality. Do some yoga if you can, meditation, or just prayer. What is meditation? You don't have to sit like those so-called poses and meditate, but immerse yourself in what you are doing, dedicating it to the divine, saying, what I am doing is I am your instrument. Let me do it properly. Let me fulfill what you have asked me to do. Okay? That is meditation, in my words. Okay, it's helped me. I'm going to be 70 in 2 months. Then Panchakarma may be recommended for those who badly need it. And the best time for self massage, they don't ask you to go to a massage therapist, is 20 to 30 minutes on an empty stomach, ideally before bath and exercise. Okay, or evenings before dinner. Now, there are certain diseases, this is my last slide, like diseases of the breast, fibroids, cancer, prolapse. All of these, they say, are due to imbalance of doshas. Now, I would say from experience, Ayurveda by itself, I don't think can cure cancer. But I have seen tremendously interesting cases when Ayurveda was used as adjunct therapy. The modern chemo was going on. Huh? And when adjunct therapy was given, the quality of life improved. and survival. My sister's friend, I'll tell you, she's passed away now, but she was diagnosed at a very young age with a tumor in the chest. She was in Bangalore. And when they opened up the chest, they found two-thirds of the tumor was inside the heart. So they only removed the one-third, closed her up, and said, Madam, we give you 6 months to live. Make the best of it. Now, she had adopted a 3-year-old baby. So she was very anxious. She came away. Her husband left his good job in Bangalore. They came away back to Bombay. She was under the therapy of Dr. Advani, a very well known oncologist. She never abandoned that therapy. But her sister is a Vaidya, and in Pune, there's a place called Vagholi, run by Professor Sar Deshmukh. She was taken there for adjunctive Ayurveda treatment. Do you know how many years she survived? 17 years. Marvelous. Two-thirds of the tumor is sitting there in the heart. But I have met her many times. Absolutely vital. No signs of cancer. Martukdi nahi, mareli nahi, kuch nahi. Very cheerful, everything. So much so, the boy grew up, he did BCom. And so when she passed away finally, and she passed away due to diabetes, not due to cancer. Of course, metastasis ho gaya. So there are certain, and they also categorize, just like we do in modern. Okay, there could be a benign tumor or cyst, what they call granthi, and there could be a malignant tumor called arbuda. So there could be internal medicines, there could be local treatment, and there are other things for uterine prolapse as well. Those are all done by Vaidyas. They are not in our domain, so I'm not going to bother. Okay. Up क्यों नहीं? Hey, can you help me? I'm supposed to have ended the thing. I don't know. I thought I have a thank you slide after this, but it's not moving anyway. Can you look at it? It's stuck there. Huh. So thank you very much for a patient hearing. And any of you who are interested to visit our center, you are welcome. But please come with prior appointment and don't come in large groups because we have very little space. And do come, and we would really encourage people who want to work with us. There's nothing to see really. There are laboratories where we do cell culture work. Even I'm not allowed inside the cell culture lab. Suppose I contaminate. We've got 17 cancer cell lines that we have to continuously maintain because we do a lot of work. No, well, why I say cancer cell lines? When we do in vitro studies, no, you may be doing it on even iron absorption. Now you want cells that are of human origin because you want to approximate. So where do you get human cells? These are what we call immortalized cancer cells. So there will be specific cells. That's why I said cancer cell lines. But they are actually cell lines which can be tested for any drug, any food, anything. Okay? And so you are welcome. We have a very well developed clinical laboratory. You can interact with my scientists. They are all very highly qualified. But they're आप जैसे ही हैं. But come with appointment, and only, I mean, we'd be happy to accommodate you all in small numbers, which you can orchestrate through Rupali ma'am and or Vinaya ma'am. And but एक रिक्वेस्ट ट्यूसडे को कभी मत आना क्योंकि हमारा सब एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव काम चलता है and then there'll be no time. Okay, so you're welcome. Thank you very much again for a patient hearing. And thank you for inviting me.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an enriching session. Now, I'd like to request our principal, Professor Dr. Mala Pandurang, to kindly felicitate Shobha, ma'am.
Okay, yeah. We now move ahead to the plenary session. I'd like to invite Dr. Rupali Sengupta to kindly come and introduce the speaker. Dr. First. Okay, I'll request Dr. Mala Panduranga, Principal, to felicitate our speaker, Dr. V. Premala Priyadarshini. I'd like Rupali ma'am to introduce our speaker.
Good morning, girls. Good morning, everyone. Now, our next plenary session, our very own Professor Dr. Premala Priyadarshini, all the way from Coimbatore, Avinashi Lingam Women's University, and higher studies for women. She has come. She is one of us only, and here she is with us to give the plenary session. If you ask me about her CV, she has a very expanding CV, and right now I'm not carrying it. But nevertheless, ma'am, words which she is going to deliver right now is more than her CV. Welcome, ma'am, to our very own BMN College, and over to you.
The PPT is there?
A very good morning to one and all present here. And it is highly privileged to share a podium with such a senior scientist who has just left after giving a marvelous lecture on Ayurvedic dietetics. And after that, to be very frank, I literally don't have the courage of giving a plenary session. Thanking God Almighty, the institution where I come from and BMN College, I deem it a great privilege to give this a short lecture on women health beyond nutrition and dietary compliance. Just adding a few points about myself. I'm a toddler in women's studies, but I'm a professor in food service management and dietetics. So when Rupali ma'am and Professor Mala Pandurang ma'am was talking to us about women's health, I thought that we are done with talking too much about nutrition and dietary compliance. We are, like, personally, I am done talking too much about nutrition and dietary compliances. And being a toddler in women's studies, why not try this topic? What is beyond nutrition and dietary compliance? Because every time when we talk about women, we talk about only the reproductive health. As you can just see the slide picture itself, when you talk about women health, the diet and reproductive health is given an emphasis. Health, behavior, and psychology is given an emphasis, and specific health issues are given emphasized. We give a lot of importance to that. But what happens to the other ambience? What happens to the other environment? What happens to the other factors? Because it is a coexistence, and it is not definitely only about the women reproductive health. It is definitely not only about the disease that we talk about, and definitely it is not only about the behavior. It is much more. And we need to, as a dietitians, you people are going to be the future scope of diet. So we should have a better understanding about ourselves first, better understanding about our society, better understanding about our therapeutics. And if a therapeutic has to happen, it should be a holistic one. And let us move away from giving importance only in the angle of reproduction, giving importance only in the angle of a disease management. It is high time that we keep moving from the other. Where is the project? Yeah. So that is not the second slide. Second slide. I want the second slide. Yeah. Today's a brief plenary session will focus on tracing the journey of historical perception about women health, why women health beyond nutrition and dietary compliance, what are the enablers and disablers of women health and well-being, strategies beyond nutrition and dietary compliance. Now coming to the transition, I have just given the transition of perception about women health. Before doing the slide, to be very frank, I was searching the literature date backs, all the Sangam literature. Of course, I did not review the literature or any other than the Tamil literature because I did a review only with the language that I was familiar with that. And I was just finding out how the women health was perceived in the literature. Okay. So to my surprise, women health was just standards were set for women, particularly at what age you should get married, at what are the foods that you should eat, how you should behave with your husband, how you have to take care of your family. Like that only, this literatures have actually described what are the roles of a woman and definitely not how a woman should be taken care of, how a girl child should be taken care of. Those kind of inputs, to the best of my knowledge, probably I did not review it fully. I don't want to make a claim that the literature did not talk about it. Probably they would have. But the literature, what we have or what I have reviewed is only talking about how or the standards set for a woman. Probably at that point of time, they did not envisaged. Should I unmute? I should mute. Huh? Okay. Did not envisage what will be the problems that future women is going to face, right? So the perception changed. The transition of perception of women well-being is changing, and it will change after the 26th century or 23rd century. Already there are lots and lots of changes happening. But just to give you a prelude of what was the perception in 20th century, women were considered only as a wandering womb, or to such an extent that they were just considered as a baby manufacturing unit. Not more than that. Okay. And in olden days, delivery was conducted by a woman, but slowly at the pre-20th century, women were marginalized and they were not given an opportunity to take care of women issues. So that happened at 20th century. And the worst part was that exclusion for therapeutics and research was done. So that meaning that all research was done using clinical trials were done using male as a sample, and the findings were generalized for women. Be it a carbohydrate intake, the sample was a male, but the finding was generalized to a female. For a protein, it was generalized to a female. For an iron, it was generalized for a female. So clinical trial did not try beyond male, and it was only female were not included in any of the clinical trials. They were not included in any of the scientific research as such, either as a subject or either as a participant or as a person who is involved in doing the research itself. The second in the 20th century, thanks to the women activism, women movement, there was an initiation, or it is because of this we are gradually moving towards a better women health and well-being status. So women health movement started. Focus on reproductive health was given much more importance. Voicing against the paternalistic system was done. Policies, particularly in terms of maternal and child health, was devised, was implemented, and they thought that what are the strategies and enablers and disablers in implementing these policies were time and again tested. Till now, we are testing the policies. We have not come out of it. Till now, every policies that is, I just give you one example. The Anemia Mukt Bharat. How long we are talking about Anemia Mukt Bharat? When I was an adolescent, Anemia Mukt Bharat was spoken. At least not like now, how it has been sensitized. It was not sensitized. But when I was an adolescent, my anemic status was a concern. Okay? When I grew up as a woman, my anemic status was a concern. When I became a mother, when I became pregnant, my anemic status was concerned. When I was lactating, my anemic status was concerned. Okay? Now I am in the menopause, my anemic status is a concern. Now, when you were in schools, okay, for your cognitive development, your anemic status was of concern. Now your anemic status is of concern, and your anemic status will still remain a concern. And that is the example, whatever it is, whether it is a policy, policies are again and again time tested, and we have not still reached the 100% as such. Inclusion in clinical trials, we have started, and we also do a lot of clinical trials, and the lectures given by women are the testimony that we no longer are not only involved as a participants, we are also involved as a researcher. Who else can better understand our own plight than being a woman? Okay, so that was the second in the 20th century. In the 21st century, moving from specific goals, we have just gone on an holistic approach. A life course approach is now we are following it up. Research on sex and gender differences are coming up, but that is not enough. Addressing social and cultural barriers, particularly we have started, till we have not addressed it properly. Next. So why beyond nutrition and dietary compliances? I just want all my children, I consider all of you as my children, okay? I want you to just identify this. I hope the picture is clear, okay? So if you see the muscle mass, there is a difference between men and women, okay? If you see the fat distribution, there is a difference. If you see the bone, there is a difference. And if you see the vital organs, it remains the same because metabolism remains same, right? The organs remain same. But earlier days, the activity of the women was different. Now, the role of women is different. Okay? Meaning to say, all women are ardhanarish. We take up the role of man as well. Earlier, men were considered as breadwinners of a family. Okay. Now, no longer they can claim that statement. We are also equally contributing, and we are contributing much more than men in terms of money, in terms of psychology, in terms of family values, in terms of domestic activities, everything. We are par. So, still, I just want the nutritionist and the dietitians to be nutritionists and dietitians to make a note of this. In spite of compromised muscle mass, in spite of compromised skeletal mass, we take up the role of men. Okay, so where we should start about our dietary compliances? Yeah, you got it, girls? So the next slide. I just want to play a small video. I tried putting a subtitle for this video. Before the video is played, I just give you a short introduction about this video. Okay, I tried to put a subtitle, but unfortunately, my girls couldn't do it because I'm not competent enough in doing all those things. My scholars couldn't do it. For the copyright issues and things like that. This is a popular show, a TV show in Tamil Nadu. It is called as a Niya Nana. Okay, it is a debate show. And this debate show is very popular to a certain extent that almost it is 25 years the show is running continuously on every Sunday. And I'm just showing a clip. The show is about whether women needs maid assistant at home or not. There was one side, the family members of the same women sitting on the other side claiming that no, I don't want her to have a maid assistant. Okay. And on the other side, a woman being a working woman or a housewife telling or pleading, please, I want a maid assistant because I cannot cope up with the domestic work. Okay, so this is a show. The female who's speaking actually was working. Now she is a housewife, and just listen to what she tells. Then afterwards, I will just translate it in English. Okay.
போதெல்லாம் ஒரு ஹெல்ப்பர் இருந்தா நல்லா இருக்குமே அப்படின்னு இல்ல 4:30 மணிக்கு எழுந்திருக்கிறோம், டிஃபன் பிரேக்ஃபாஸ்ட் காலைல 6:15 அவன் கிளம்புறான், பொண்ணு ஸ்கூலுக்கு கிளம்புறான், அப்புறம் ஹஸ்பண்ட் பசங்களுக்கு செஞ்ச எதுவும் அவங்க சாப்பிட மாட்டாங்க, சோ அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு ரைஸ் ஒரு பொரியல் 10:10 கிளம்புவாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் பொண்ணு நான் செஞ்சு கொடுத்தது எதுவும் பிடிக்கல, எனக்கு இதுதான் வேணும்னு சொன்னா 12 மணிக்கு ஃப்ரெஷ்ஷா சுட சமைச்சு எடுத்துட்டு போய் ஸ்கூல்ல கொடுக்கணும். 3:30 பிக்கப் பண்ணிக்கணும், 4:30 மறுபடியும் டியூஷன்ல டிராப் பண்ணணும், 6 o'clock பிக்கப் பண்ணணும், டான்ஸ் கிளாஸ்ல டிராப் பண்ணணும். ஹஸ்பண்ட் அப்பதான் வருவாங்க, அவங்களுக்கு காஃபி டீன்னு ஏதாவது செஞ்சு கொடுக்கணும், அதை அசஸ் பண்ற மாதிரி இருக்கும். நம்ம டின்னருக்கு ஏதாவது செஞ்சு வச்சுட்டு சாப்பிடுவாங்கன்னு கூப்பிட்டா இப்பதான் படிச்சுக்கிட்டே இருக்கேன், நான் ஹோம்ஒர்க் எழுதிட்டு இருக்கேன், வரமாட்டேன்னு. ஹஸ்பண்ட் என்ன வேலை செஞ்சுட்டு இருக்கேன், இவ்வளவு சீக்கிரம் சாப்பிடணுமாங்க. எத்தனை மணிக்கு 9 முடிச்சுட்டு நைட்டு ஒரு 10-10:30 மணிக்கு படுக்கலாம் அப்படின்னா யாரும் அதை அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ணிக்கவே மாட்டேன். கிச்சன்ல நின்னுட்டே இருக்கிறது இந்த பாதம் பயங்கரமா வலிக்குது சார். நான் என்ன எப்படி என்னோட ஹெல்த்தை நான் பாத்துக்கிறேன் அப்படின்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா அதுக்கான டைம் என்னால அலோகேட் பண்ணவே முடியல. ஆக்சுவலா நீங்க ஒரு டிகேட்ல நடந்துக்கூடிய லைஃப் ஸ்டைல் சேஞ்சஸ்.
Okay, now I will tell you. She is telling I get up early in the morning at 4:30. Okay. I do the breakfast for my son and daughter. They have their individual preferences. I get ready the daughter. I pack her lunch and then I pack the lunch for my son and I make them to leave the home. So whatever I prepare for the breakfast for my daughter and son, my husband doesn't like it, you know. Okay. So I have to prepare a new dish that my husband likes. After that, my daughter comes home. She will have her own preferences of what she wants to eat. When I do this, my son returns home telling that I don't want anything that you have cooked for the daughter. I want something else of my own choice. Okay. Now the husband returns home from the office. The husband claims that he wants to have a coffee. Then she goes, after putting a coffee, she leaves the child in the tuition, picks her up from the tuition, leaves her in a dance class, picks her up from the dance class, then meet all the requirements of the husband, then the son, okay? Then she prepares the dinner and she calls the girl and the son, the boy and the son for dinner. The answer given by the children is, we are studying, we don't want to eat right now. Okay, so let me finish my studies and let me come. So after feeding the son and the boy, okay, she tells her husband to come and have the dinner. So husband asked one question. You must have seen the person, the male is her husband, okay? So look at his expressions. How cool it is. She is telling her anxiety of conducting a family, right? But he's very cool, and till the end he said that she doesn't need a maid. That was the saddest part. Till the end of the show, he said, still let her do it. Why? I'm very happy. I am very happy only if she does that work. If only she cleans the house, I'm very happy. If only she cooks, I'm very happy. Okay, so let me finish. He tells that why so early? At what time? At 9:30, he's telling why so early I should have a dinner. So he comes and has his dinner around 10 or 10:30. She winds up everything. She goes to sleep at 12 and she gets up at 4:30. Okay, so she's telling, standing in the kitchen, my legs are paining. I just want a support service just to give me a coffee and just to give me a break for 5 minutes. This is what the exact status of women well-being. I'm not talking about the health. What is well-being? How satisfied you are about yourself. Okay? Probably, girls, we are now giving our mothers the list of menu that we are going to prepare. Remember, days are not too far. Probably 3 years or 4 years or 5 years, you are going to take up that role. Yeah? You're going to take up the role of preparing a breakfast, preparing a dinner, cleaning the kitchen. So it's going to be a vicious cycle. And we don't understand that. Okay? So probably, if you tell it to yourself, no, I'm not going to be like that. Kudos to you. Give a pat on your back. And I will congratulate every one of you for making a wise decision. Huh? But reality is entirely different. Because when my teacher said the same thing, I was sitting on the other side and I said that, no, I will make my husband to do it. Okay? I did that. I said when I was a student, right? The moment I asked a coffee from my husband, the mess that he created in this kitchen, I thought, oh my God, okay, I will put a coffee for myself and I will put a coffee for my husband, and let me not have the, the stress of cleaning the mess. That will happen. For sure, that will happen. Okay, so the next slide is for you for a better understanding. Yes. Now, this is the picture will look very cliche for you because we often see this picture being shared, particularly on a Women's Day, International Women's Day. Only that day we all realize that we are women. And only that day we realize that we have with multiple hands. Only on that day we realize that we are doing multiple tasks. But what I here want you to understand is that, as I told you, the composition of a man and the composition of a woman, 7 decades back, the role was different. Now, the role are different. We are sitting in an office, taking care of the child, doing all the domestic work. And what I want all of you to see is that, list down, see the physical activity level. I think it is high time for us to revisit the concept of what a sedentary lifestyle is all about for a woman. Huh? What a moderate activity is for a woman. When I call as a very active person, I'm just talking about the physical activity. Sedentary lifestyle, little or no exercise, desktop job only. Are we doing this? Does the picture reflect you that? Does it reflect that? Okay. What is a light activity? Light exercise, sports, 1 to 3 times per week, or a standing and a light housework. See, it is very intangible statement. Light housework. What is that light housework? Do you have a standard for a light housework? Is sweeping a light housework? Is mopping a light housework? So how do you going to quantify the work or the physical activity? Still you're considered as a sedentary woman. What a plight. Yeah? You agree with me, Lakshmi ma'am? Yes? And see the moderate activity. Coming to the moderate activity, moderate exercise, sports, 3 to 5 times a week, physically demanding job, heavy housework. What is this physically demanding job? Is a teacher not physically demanding? She has 6 hours of lecture hours. For 4 hours she stands. Is she not physically demanding? Is that task not physically demanding? Yeah? Why always a man should be classified as physically demanding? A dietitian sits in her desk, keeps counseling for 50 patients. Is it not physically demanding? A doctor stands and does a surgery for 4 hours. Is it not physically demanding? How are we going to classify this term physically demanding? And why is that we are always calling ourselves as sedentary? And you know, on top of all these things, let me just tell you the plight of a working woman. I do domestic work. I do official work also. Right? But then I'm classified as sedentary worker. How is that activity level getting matched? I finish my work. I come. Again, I do all the domestic work. My husband finished the work, comes, sits, switches on the TV, relax, right? Goes to bed at 12 o'clock. I also go to bed at 12 o'clock. The only time that I sit when in the morning is when I sit in the car to drive. The only time that when I lie down is when I go for bed. But still, dietitian, we ourselves, dietitian, when we have a diabetes women, when we have a women of cardiovascular disease, when we have a women of obesity, you coolly tell, you go for walking for 45 minutes. Can't you walk for 45 minutes? Arey, if I can walk for 45 minutes, why do I land up with having a diabetes? Why do I have a cardiovascular disease? So what is the role that we have to think about? We have to revisit our clinical trials. So far, we are talking only about carbohydrates. So far, we are talking only about proteins. So far, we are only talking about fat metabolism. Why not the pathway metabolism of iron on stress, on physical activity? Why not on calcium? Why not on zinc? Why not on vitamin? Why are we not talking about the metabolic pathway associated with stress on micronutrients? Generalizing the terms. Even within the women itself, we are generalizing. Why are we not thinking about it? Why are we not talking about the research on these areas? I want all of you are, you're PG scholars. Probably you're going to become a researcher. You're going to become a teacher, or you're going to become a nutritionist. Your perspective should change. It is high time that we change our perspective about diet. High time we change our perspective about the activities. Actually, I should not making a wrong claim, isn't it? Right? So I was just going through again. I don't want to make a wrong claim. This link is not working right now. But then the metabolic activity equivalent, they have given a list of activities. I want all of you to visit that. The activity time and the factors that you have to classify. And you will understand that, see, look at how many areas are there. Girls, I went through reviewing certain research. It talks about recreational activities. It doesn't give importance to the domestic activities that we do. When you're calculating your energy expenditure, when you're calculating your energy metabolism, every time it talks only about the recreational activities or your physical activities in terms of walking, bicycling, swimming. What happens to the rest of the hours that I spend at home? Yeah. So when you recommend a diet, when you recommend a nutrition, keep all these things in your mind. We do a diet history. We do take up a medical history. Please do take up a family history or a social history. Understand how the family works. Understand how her times are distributed. What are the activities that she is doing? Please do that. Only we dietitians should be in a better position to recommend these kind of changes. Break the stereotype of recommending a diet. Break the stereotype of assessing the patient. We say demographic profile, but we don't give importance to what is happening at household level. Please do that. Huh? Okay, the next slide. So far, when we are talking about women, the factors that affects women health, we talk about poor or insufficient diet, menopause, anxiety, multiple frequent pregnancy, early childhood, malnutrition, poor health. I don't want to just repeat this. This is what we are concentrating on. But what is the reality and what is the other side of the picture that we have to concentrate on? Mahima, can I have the next slide? Look at this. This is a morbidity status of men and women. Okay. So there, years of life lost, years lived with disability, and disability adjusted life years. The red one, the pink one, blue one gives you the status and the difference between the morbidity status of men and women. You just see how women are generally surviving with an adjusted, disability adjusted life years. That means after you cross 25 years, you are making not only adjustment with family members, not only adjustment with your workplace, you're also making an adjustment with the quality of life that you live. Isn't it alarming? It is. Yeah. So this again, I'm talking everything as a perspective of to the future nutritionist, to the future dietitians. Our perspectives are changing. We are living with an adjusted life. So only the diet, the nutrition and the dietary compliance alone is not deciding this. There are multiple factors that are deciding. There are multiple factors that make us to live with a disability adjusted lifespan, particularly for women. Okay. Why particularly for women? Only because for two things. I was only particularly for women. Why again? If I become superannuated, let us give an example. My husband getting superannuated, okay, after 60 years, he will come, sit, probably instead of reading a newspaper for half an hour, he will read it for 3 hours. Instead of watching a TV for half an hour, he will watch for all the 24/7, okay, and probably instead of helping anyone. So this is how his lifestyle is going to be. If I get superannuated, does my cooking going to get stopped? Is my domestic work going to get stopped? My husband will move in from a healthy lifestyle to a morbid health style. I will be involved physically and psychologically in taking care of my husband's well-being, not mine. Okay. So after that, it is taking care of health needs of a family member. And I will be, girls, I will be revisiting my parenting again because my child would have given birth to her child. Okay. So the new age parties or the dadis have to run behind the child. I ran behind my child when she learned the cycling. My daughter will not have time to run behind her child. Okay. So I have to run behind her child. It is going to be a second innings for me for a parenting at the age of 60. Who else is going to come? Can I appoint a maid for that? Are we understanding this critical area? Right? Suppose if this is a realization, please do parenting by yourself, okay? Don't give it to your mothers. Okay? Because at least you will have the satisfaction of doing a parenting of your child by yourself and understand that the requirements, the metabolism is deranging for her. It is not the same. I'm just going to, I'm just going to slide down. I'm not gliding. I'm sliding down. In that case, how my thought process should be, how I should be empowered. It is now the right time for every one of you to get empowered mentally about your physical and mental status. When I say this, it includes dietary and nutrient compliance also. But come out of that stereotypic behavior of what we are practicing. I hope you will learn this lesson. Okay. Okay, the next slide. Yeah, I don't know whether the slide is quite clear. Healthcare visit made by women, and just a comparison made by women and men. Look at that. Women are more morbid. They make frequent visit than men. Next one is hospital stay. The percentage of hospital stay, the previous slide. The percentage of hospital stay is more for a woman when compared to a man. But look at the health insurance insured by sex. This is actually a global one. Women are, the percentage of women insured is more compared to compared to men. But globally it is like this, but not for the Indian studies. Huh? Men have the claim of getting insured better, particularly if it comes to a health claim or a mediclaim. You say, I add my spouse. I am eligible for 100% of claim. My wife is eligible only for 70% or 50%. So how the disparity in insurance claim itself is like that? Right? And if it becomes for a mother and a father, it is entirely different. So who gets the priority? I remember reading one article way back. It says that in a hospital, two patients comes with a heart attack. One is a male, another one is a female, and there is only one bed. To whom the bed will be given? It will be given to a male, and that article justified that it's because the male is the breadwinner of the family. Okay. I conducted a disaster management workshop recently for women employees of our college. The disaster management person said that workshop for disaster management and awareness and preparedness should be given to women rather than men, I believe. Okay. And he said, oh, that struck me. And he said, because if a men survive, it is difficult and the children become orphan or abandoned if a man survives in a disaster. This is a hardcore hit truth. Okay. If a woman survives, the children are protected and they are raised better. So therefore, he said a woman should be given a disaster preparedness rather than a man. That's a disaster. That's a disaster, but that is the true, and it is happening in the society. I will have the confidence of rearing my child without my spouse. I definitely have that. I keep telling my husband, umpty number of times I've told him, see, if you don't be there, I can survive. But what happens to you if I'm not there? Please take care of me properly. I tell him, what will happen? What will happen? Imagine one food for your better itself. This is reality. So what happens is that the insurance, there is a disparity. Think about the medical visits and the hospital stay. The inpatient and the outpatient stay. Men are given more priority than women. That's because women ourselves, I wanted to use this word, it is informed ignorance. We actually suffer from this mania. Informed ignorance. You know something is happening to your stomach? Not now, huh? Particularly the mother's instinct. She will keep telling you, I have a severe headache. If you tell her, come to the hospital, I'm just telling you that I have a severe headache because I want a comfort word from you, not a treatment. That's what is informed ignorance. We always live in an informed ignorance. We don't have time. We don't have time for ourselves. So that is, we have to break that stereotypic thought. Next slide. Yeah. Look at the anemia prevalence. I've said all the things about the anemia. Still, we are moving forward towards Anemia Mukt Bharat. And the female participation, representation in clinical trials than the male, still we are underrepresented. Still we are underrepresented, but believe me, and if you do a review of literature, all these clinical trials definitely will be involved only on reproductive health. But there will be very few studies on cardiovascular disease because we are heartless. Okay, so there will be very few studies on obesity because we are ourselves, we accept and we say that after pregnancy, I will put on weight. It's okay to gain few weights. For me, the child is more important, right? So the clinical trial area should be increased. Next one. Next slide, Mahima. The workplace well-being, the burnout syndrome. See who is stressed more, men or women. We are stressed more and we don't want to accept the fact that we have mental issues. Our mental well-being is poor. We don't want to accept that. But always we travel with any other form of anxiety, guilt, tension, okay, 24/7. Either it is interpersonal or intrapersonal or loss of work-life balance, right? Or a societal conflict, but we stay with that. We have a burnout syndrome, but we don't understand that we have a burnout syndrome and we don't consider that seriously. But all these have an impact on your weight gain. All these have an impact on your food intake. All these have an impact on your bone health. All these have an impact on your muscle mass. All these have an impact on your cardiac health. Everything is interrelated. But we, again, I want to use this word, informed ignorant, at least the home scientist, at least the nutritionist, or at least the dietitian. We keep telling to others, but we don't practice it on ourselves. So a high time should come. You practice it on yourself. Practice nutrition on yourself. Practice dietary habits on yourself. Practice healthy behavior, lifestyle behavior on ourselves. Then we can move on to the others. Let us first do it to ourselves. And life expectancy, yeah. Mahima, can you just life expectancy? We have a better life expectancy than men, 5 years greater than men. But you know what, girls? They have a shorter life expectancy, but their quality of life is good. Okay? Their morbidity status is not as bad as like us, but we have an extended life but live with disability. We live with disability of one or other form. Now, if I ask a question to you, how many of you have a backache sitting in a class for at a stretch for 2 hours? Yeah? Yes. How many of you prefer to have a lift and you don't have the confidence of climbing a 3 stairs? That is it. That is what is our perception. So it is high time. We have to understand ourselves, right? Okay. But with disability, we live and we are happy living with disability. And we talk only about nutrients. We talk about having a wholesome meal. We talk about a balanced diet. And in that, if you feel that you have put on 2 or 3 kgs, you want to reduce the calories, you want to reduce the protein, you want to reduce and you want to walk. Physical activity. Yes. Next. Relative volume of research studies on women health and well-being. I just wanted to make a comparison of how many communicable diseases were done on women. Almost it's same for men and women. Non-communicable diseases, women and well-being. I'm very happy that studies are done, meaning that the thrust areas are identified. We are moving forward with research. We want to find a solution. Even after finding a solution, does it reach the community? Does it make an impact on the community? Are we taking this with all respect to making a scientific publication? With all respect to doing a writing an article, how many of us are willing to talk to the common man about the research that we have done? Is this enough? Sharing our research ideas in a scientific platform is more important, or sharing our scientific areas to a layman is more important? What is more important? How many of us are writing articles, tidbits? Why don't we think about writing a tidbits? Who else can talk about these things other than us? You know what is happening? I tell this every time in the class also. You open a YouTube, some person will tell that bottle gourds are good for your health. Huh? We don't tell the scientific aspect behind bottle gourd and why it has to be consumed. None of us talk. None of us have a YouTube channel for ourselves. But a person who's making a dosa, she will tell millet dosa is rich in vitamins. Yeah. She doesn't tell that it is rich in fiber. She will not tell that it is rich in calcium. She will tell that it is rich in protein. It is rich in vitamins. It is rich in minerals. But again, one person will come to and tell us itself, you know what? You have to eat lot of millets, because it is rich in vitamins. So why are we stopping ourselves? What is preventing ourselves to talk to the community? What is preventing ourselves to communicate with the community? Why only as a dietitian in the dietary department? Why not take up the responsibility and be a change that you wish to see in the community? Make a reels, but make a scientific reel. Yeah? Don't make it complicated. Make a reel in such a way that the community can understand in a very simple language. Yeah. And next, reproductive health and other diseases. I just leave it to yourself for this slide. So what decides our health? Everything together. The gene, the culture, the finance, the gender, the health service, employees, and then education, literacy, physical environment, social support network, all these things. So health should be seen, women well-being should be seen as we are stereotyping. It should be seen as a holistic one and definitely not as a compartment like that we should not see. It should be a holistic approach. I will just tell you one of my own experience. Can you just go to the next slide, the enablers slide? I just want to tell you, these are the enablers, but the ground reality is something different. So in order to have a holistic approach, there are quite a few enablers and there are quite a few disablers. The enablers are the social support, which is nothing but you and me. Okay? You, me, and family. Let us encourage this ambience at family. Let us encourage this kind of a magnanimity among ourselves. How many of us ask, how are you feeling today? We don't ask, no? We tell, have a good day. But we don't ask how you feel today. Right? So let the support come from a family, which many a times a woman doesn't receive this. Sometimes we are cruel to ourselves. Sometimes we are cruel to others, and sometimes someone is cruel to us. So let us just establish a very good family ambience, a very good work culture ambience, a very good educational classroom ambience is very important. Let us just culture it. Let us just nurture it. A friendship, the friendship that we had 40 years back is definitely not what you people are having. We had a very, very simple terms of friendship, but now the friendship literature or the definition has changed. It has become an exchange, this for that. No, that was not a friendship. That is not a family. So the family support is one thing, knowledge and awareness, being self-aware of about yourself is a enabler. Being self-aware of yourself is not only an enabler, accept the awareness that you have without any judgment. If you feel that you have a mental issue, accept. Don't procrastinate. Don't procrastinate to take a help. Okay? Next one is autonomy and empowerment. Girls, no one can empower us. We should empower ourselves. Making a right decision. Visiting a hospital. Should I go to a hospital or not? Why do you ask your husband, or why do you ask your mother, or why do you ask your father? You should make that choice. You should have an autonomy to visit a doctor. You should have an autonomy to have or to lead a life that you wish. You should have an autonomy even in a class. If you are having a back pain, even in your class, if you want to visit a restroom, make a decision. Why do you keep sitting for 1 hour and you want a break for that? It should be different. Yeah, and empowerment is tackling your own problem. Understanding yourself. Making a choice and a prospective decisions for yourself. When you make a choice for yourself, girls, definitely you will make a better choice for your family. Definitely you will make a better choice for the community. Definitely your contribution to the society will be much more when it starts within you. Right? And next, access to quality health service. This government is trying its hard to give or to provide an access to a quality health service depending on the geographical and distributions. But then it is whether we go in search of it or we come in search of it, there is a mismanagement. We need to address that. But that is nowadays, it is a boon. Positive mindset and belief. Let us be positive about everything. And supportive environment is what the society should give us. All these are our own enablers, right? Now, when I say positive mindset, supportive environment, access to healthcare and facilities, I just want to tell you my own personal experience. I was given a task, I was given an assignment to actually make a visit of districts that are underperforming, okay, to make a strategic paper. There is a PHC. There is a law which tells that Bala Vivaha is prohibited. You know, I saw a child, I'm telling a child in labor in a PHC. Hardly she would have been 15 to 16 years. I will not blame the government. I will blame only the society and the family norms. When I just asked what is the literacy level, I'm not disclosing the place, nothing. But this is what is reality. When I said what is the literacy level and the school dropout rate, we were seeing the school dropout rate. I'm telling you, this is, we are making a paper for an underdeveloped block in a district. Okay, this is a strategic paper. School dropout rate. The school dropout rate was higher for girls and it was equally higher for boys. Only thing is, the girls dropped out at 6 years and the boys dropped out 6th standard and the boys dropped out at 10th standard or 9th standard. That's because of their religious and caste system. The girls were not allowed to drink water in the school. Can you just imagine this? We are still living. She was not allowed to drink water in the school. She will be sent with her own water bottle. She has to drink water only from that bottle and she should not drink water from the neighbor. If she drinks, their religious belief is lost and the girl becomes impure. Can you just imagine? I'm not telling that this happens only in Deep South. It happens in every part of India. It happens with every caste system. Only thing is, we are not a part of it. Now we have moved out. The sensitization is such that we see the rosy picture of India. Very rarely we see the targets that we are actually going to see. Okay? The girls, just imagine, she is not drinking water. What about the food that is distributed by the ICDS? It's a question mark. What is the food that is distributed by the midday meals program? Midday meals program, ICDS, supplementations are given to improve the nutritional status of women, of a girl child, of an adolescent, but it is not reaching. See, ICDS has one provision. I hope it is there throughout India. A pregnant woman gets a kit of a nutrition bag. She gets rice, she gets dal, she gets, the jaggery, everything. That is portioned out for the pregnant women, for her, for a month, and it is distributed by the ASHA workers. The ASHA worker goes for the second day and she finds that the ration is exhausted. Okay? Mother's instinct. Mother tells that, how can I eat without sharing it with my husband? How do you believe that I can eat without giving it to my first son or to a daughter? This is where we have to work on as a researcher. This is where these are the research gaps. These are the gaps in the society that we need to address. With all good intention of the government, who's going to make the mindset shift in the mindset? Who's going to make the shift? It is our duty. So it should start with us. I will just give you one more example. ICDS is making all necessary initiatives to identify the stunted child, the undernourished child, right? And it is giving you the supplements, the ball. Okay? The supplement in a family, ICDS identifies that if there are 4 children, 2 is malnourished. And the supplement is given for the 2 malnourished child. The mother tells, you cannot eat on your own. You have to share it with your sister. You have to share it with your brother. Already he is malnourished. It is a supplement. Okay. The supplementation is given to improve his nutritional status. There it is shared. This concept of this happens in rural areas. And this is the health indicator. Rural areas are the health indicators of India. India's health indicators is reflected from all these issues, isn't it? So educating the women. There are enablers. How far the enablers are used effectively? This is, it still remains as a question mark. And we have to work a lot on this area. Disablers. Am I exceeding the time? Yeah. I will wind up in 2 minutes. These are the disablers. I'm not going to actually stress too much on this. I leave it to yourself. Okay, the financial constraint, socio-cultural factors, stigmas and misconception, time and transportation. I have covered all these while I was just discussing about the other things. Next slide. How we have to move forward, as I keep telling you, it should be an individual approach. It should start with us. Become self-aware, self-efficient. Belief and value should be instilled at family levels. The peer group influence should be there. At community level, we should take up the role of a leadership. Social capitals, collective efficacy should be there. At service delivery level, access to all service deliveries, client volumes and satisfaction, and enabling a better environment is what we have to approach. What next? What next is the next slide. I leave it to you. You decide what you have to do. As a public health nutritionist, what should be your next? As a dietitian, what should be your next? As an academician, what should be your next? As a researcher, what should be your next? I've given ample lifetime scenarios. Okay? I leave it to you. What should be the next? This is not a tested tool. Okay? I just want 1 minute. I want all of you to do this rating, at least for a self-awareness. This is not a tested tool. I just framed it yesterday night. Okay, just to make you aware of your own level of accessibility. If you can just take it. Yes, I want you to rate it on a scale, but gender equity, gender equality, and gender bias, if you feel that you don't have a gender bias, it should be 2. Your scale should be 2. Okay, don't put 0. Yeah, all these 3 things is a negative one. And the last slide. Thank you. This is Premila signing off. And you can reach out to me in the email. Thank you so much. And I hope the session was useful. Thank you. Thank you so much. I thank this opportunity to thank BMN, Rupali ma'am, Mala Pandurang ma'am, Lakshmi, Bhavya, and it is really, girls, I don't know about you people, it is a homecoming for me. And this is the third consecutive year I am in BMN, and I feel highly privileged to give this plenary session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an enriching session.
We now proceed to the next session. I'd like to invite Ms. Fatima Fanuswala. I'd now like to invite Ms. Fatima Fanuswala to kindly come and introduce the speaker for the day, Dr. Lata Shashi, who will be joining us virtually today.
Good morning, everyone. It is with great pleasure that I introduce our esteemed guest speaker for this session, Dr. Lata Shashi. Dr. Shashi is the Chief Nutritionist and Head of Department of Clinical Nutrition and Dietetics at Fernandez Hospital, Hyderabad. She is a certified dietitian in low food map diets accredited by Monash University, Australia. She teaches postgraduate students and serves as a research guide to PhD candidates. Her research has earned her numerous awards and recognitions, including the prestigious Young Scientist Award from the Nutrition Society of India and multiple awards at the national and international forums, such as the International Congress of Dietetics in Sydney and the R&D Sandhya Award in 2020 for clinical nutrition. She has authored in renowned books. She has been a panelist for major corporate organizations, TV channels, and print media, regularly contributing her knowledge to the public. We are incredibly fortunate to have Dr. Shashi with us today to share her invaluable knowledge and insights. Please join me to welcome Dr. Shashi.
Thank you, Fatima, for that kind introduction. Am I audible? If I'm audible, can I get... can someone respond as... Am I audible, Fatima?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. So at the outset, my sincere thanks for giving me this opportunity to Dr. Rupali and Dr. Premla, having me there on this wonderful conference. I'm extremely sorry that I'm not physically present, but after that, I would say important and elaborate lecture from Dr. Premla, I don't know if I'll be doing justice for the topic that I'm taking on, because as Dr. Premla rightly said, when we are talking of nutrition for women, it's all those factors that Dr. Premla just spoke about that makes it so important. But yet, my topic today to you is how is nutrition different for women in all their life stages? With that, I'll just share my screen. I hope it's visible. Yeah. So I'm talking on women's health, achieving optimal wellness through nutrition. Why is there this focus on women's nutrition? You just heard a couple of points as Dr. Premla said. I would reiterate, women's nutrition is fundamental to health, dignity, and overall well-being, and not only just the reproductive outcomes. The rising need for adolescent nutrition, because there's so many concerns during adolescent nutrition, obesity, NCDs. Thus, it demands a life course approach to nutrition for women. The outline for my session then today would be nutrition during menarche, the young adult women, what are the common health, hormonal, and nutritional concerns. Specifically, I'm not getting into all the concerns, but specifically for PCOS, anemia, obesity, and infertility, and what should be the nutritional recommendations for pregnancy, lactation, and finally menopause. Starting off with primer area of the difference in nutritional as far as gender variation goes, definitely starts from menarche. We're not talking of that there is not the preschool or the childhood stage is not important in girls' nutrition, but the specific importance or priority that we have to give in, definitely the differentiation among genders starts from menarche. Adolescence and puberty, though which are both used interchangeably, all starts because of these variation in the hormonal milieu. Starts with the activation of the hypothalamic, increases release of the gonadotropins, pituitary then has its link to the FSH, LH, and finally the gametogenesis. So the 6 hormones drives various physical changes such as thalar, which is breast development, pubarch, gonadot, and menarche, which is the onset of menstruation. So with these physiological changes in a woman's life, the dietary factors that have shown to influence the timing of menarche itself is varied. And we have enough evidence now to actually put this across as excess calorie intake during this phase of or during early childhood or late childhood, for be precise, does increase body fat and hence the leptin, which in turn signals the brain to initiate puberty. So caloric overconsumption itself is now linked to earlier menarche. Specifically, the fat intake and early puberty have also been well researched, and high fat diets are associated with earlier age at menarche. Specifically, the saturated fats increases obesity risk and hence early puberty. High fat intake during adolescence, hence, may also increase the breast development. Regarding the timing, also there are other dietary factors specifically. Now, these are specific to studies that were reported, so you can't generalize them. I would like to put that across to all of you there. A couple of studies have shown that meat consumption to be strongly associated with the early age of menarche, and meat eaters have been reported to attain menarche at least approximately 6 months earlier than the vegetarians. Vegetarian diets may help delay the onset of menarche. So I stress on may help. So just being on a vegetarian diet does not cause this. This was a study wherein you have specifically gone. So a vegetarian diet can also be laden with saturated fats. So then that does not come in. So the key factor is the fat intake in the child's diet. Higher intake of dietary fiber and cellulose has linked to later menarche. Childhood fiber intake has definitely shown a protective effect. Fiber may delay puberty, and estrogen influences the hypothalamic, specifically the pituitary gonadal axis activation, and hence this link has been observed. So when we look at the relation between early menarche and adult health, those who attain early menarche, studies have research has proven that it is definitely linked to a higher adult BMI and hence obesity. The increased estrogen and adrenal steroids does further cause increased fat accumulation. So the MENAP timing, as I earlier said, is linked to the childhood diet. So higher intake of animal protein, iron, or PUFA-rich fats is reported to have an earlier MENAP, whereas a higher intake of fiber, monounsaturated fats, has shown to report a delayed MENAP. Hence, the nutritional needs at MENAP, when we put it from a point of nutrition needs for adolescents, is dependent on the rapid physical growth and pubertal growth spurt. We need to meet the requirement. Increased nutrient demand, specifically on requirements of higher energy as per their physical activity, protein requirement, the micronutrients of iron, calcium, zinc, and folate is increased during this time. And of course, the macronutrients always are at an adequate intake for optimal growth, development, and health outcomes. Here, I would specifically get all of you all to the notice of how important it is at this stage of late adolescence and early adulthood on the importance of calcium and attaining maximum bone mass. Because if you look at this graph, it's very clear that the attainment of peak bone mass happens around late 20s or the early 30s. And after that, it's only consolidated. So all the nutrition that we talk of for attaining bone mass should be in this phase of adolescence. Later, it is only maintained till 40 years, and then the bone mass starts declining. So the nutrition for bone health has to be attained at this stage of life. Similarly, vitamin D, as all of you are aware, so important for the absorption and of calcium, and hence has to also be looked at. So moving on to what are the common health concerns that we are specifically seen in womanhood? Endometriosis is shown to be affecting almost 5 to 15% of women of the reproductive age globally. And this impact is not only in terms of it is going much beyond infertility also to chronic pain, affecting physical and mental health as well. Cancer is just another higher incidence. Specifically, higher number of females compared to males have been reported. Hypertension, slightly lesser than males, about 11%. Diabetes, almost women and men have reported a prevalence of about 5%. Despite the lower prevalence, women experience higher disease burden, specifically prevalence of greater than or equal to 1 NCD, whether it is a physical non-communicable disease or a mental non-communicable disease. All of you are aware, the increased incidence of depression that is being reported now is definitely higher in women. Diabetes-related fatal ischemic disease is also almost 2 times higher for women than men. So, all these health concerns are definitely much more in women than in men. So what should be the nutrition that we're looking at in young adult women? As I was saying, the needs for each of these nutrients varies across all the life stages, pregnancy, lactation, and menopause also. As a physical form, the calorie needs definitely are lower for women than men because of their smaller size or lower muscle mass, ranging approximately between 1600 to 2400 calories per day. But there is definitely a higher need for the key nutrients of iron, calcium, folic acid, and as I just said, there's a greater risk of nutrition-related conditions also apart from the health-related conditions of iron deficiency anemia, lactose intolerance, or the celiac disease. Another common or another factor we need to look into is the slower metabolism in women, which leads to fewer calories burned at rest and exercise. So, keeping in view these factors is where we'll actually need to plan on the nutritional requirement. So, What are the other common gynecological concerns that we see in women, and what should be the nutritional input? PCOS, the polycystic ovarian syndrome, is a very major factor or a major concern that women face, characterized mainly by menstrual irregularities, hyperandrogenism, and the polycystic ovarian morphology. Globally, the prevalence is about 4 to 21%, and in India, it's almost the same or a little more nowadays, almost 2 to 35%. It affects both obese and the lean women. Earlier, the concept was always that PCOS is related to high BMI, but no longer. You have both types of PCOS, the lean PCOS and the obese. The lean women with PCOS also show the same metabolic abnormalities. We have studies which show that both lean and obese PCOS women have higher visceral obesity than the controls, and the non-obese PCOS have higher metabolic risk, in fact. So what should be the nutritional approaches for the lean PCOS? The diet quality and the composition are essential in managing the PCOS symptoms. The nutritional strategy should definitely be personalized based on their phenotype, that is, whether they're lean or obese. Weight loss is always the first line of treatment for the obese PCOS, but for the lean PCOS, weight loss is definitely not required. They're most of them at normal BMI or sometimes actually at low BMI. So the target is on focusing on weight maintenance. Lifestyle modifications, which involves both diet and physical activity, will definitely improve their insulin resistance, hyperandrogenism, and overall PCOS symptoms. Hence, the emphasis should always be on diet quality and a higher intake of fruits, vegetables, vitamins, and minerals. I'll go into the details of what the quality of diet is. So the nutritional management for lean PCOS, the lifestyle modification, which modifies their macro and micronutrient based on our assessment, where whichever nutrient is likely. So the target is weight maintenance, avoiding weight gain for them too. Anti-inflammatory nutrition has shown to be important, and of course, vitamin D supplementation. There is an improvement in the glucose metabolism, lipid metabolism, inflammation, and hormonal balance by targeting these specific nutrients. When it comes to the obese PCOS, we have enough evidence now that the Mediterranean type diet has shown to have good impact. The target is always creating a deficit in calories. So a negative energy balance is definitely essential. There's no shortcut. I keep telling every young girl or woman I meet with PCOS, you cannot have a shortcut for weight loss. The first rule is calorie deficit. So a negative energy balance is definitely essential to achieve weight loss. Optimal diet composition definitely still remains a challenge. Should I be cutting down on the carbs? Should I be increasing on the protein, cut down fat? That is still no conclusive evidence. Weight loss definitely improves if insulin resistance is targeted, regardless of the diet type. So dietary approaches studied are low-calorie diets with fat modification. You have the Mediterranean type of diet and the low glycemic index diets, which have shown to be effective. The weight loss strategies with inositol supplementation in some women have shown to enhance the outcomes. Women with PCOS frequently adopt weight management behaviors and likely due to perceiving risk of weight gain. So the behavior itself, when they are told that they have PCOS, is varying. Moving on to the next major nutritional deficiency that's seen in this group is anemia. Almost 30% of women in the age group of 15 to 49 years is globally affected by anemia, and in India also. We just heard from Dr. Premla also about anemia's concern. Inadequate iron intake with additional menstrual blood loss is of course a major causes, and varied others. I'm not getting into, you have simple as one of even causing Deworming itself has shown to improve iron absorption. So various factors, we can't just put it to, oh, there's low iron intake. Of course, we need to remember that menstruation leads to a 10 to 12 milligrams iron loss per cycle. Of course, in low middle income countries, almost 50% of the population is low in their intake. The prevention strategy should include both targeting on iron, folates, vitamin A, and vitamin B12. The WHO recommendation is daily 400 micrograms of folic acid plus 30 to 60 milligrams of elemental iron, or a weekly dose of 2,800 micrograms of folates with iron. Vitamin A definitely is looked into because, as we all are aware here, enhances iron absorption, mobilization, and erythropoiesis. The nutritional approaches, I just needed to touch on fortification. All of you all know the iron-rich foods and the combinations that help. But we need to understand that when we look at a population level, the fortification is a good vehicle to improve population's micronutrient status. So the vehicles selected are flour, fortification of salt, or fortification of milk. Mass fortification targets the general population, but specific targeted fortification can address the high-risk groups of infants, pregnant women, or the elderly. Strategies include point-of-use fortification, lipid-based supplements, and biofortification of crops is now taken on. Iron fortification is effective and safer than, of course, supplementation, but bioavailability and food quality definitely pose definitely a challenge. So we need to look at both on a major group or on a population level, fortification is effective. When it comes to targeted groups, we might have to get into iron supplementation. The nutritional approach is basically diet diversity. Gone are the days where we just talk about, okay, give them iron-rich foods. It's very well documented now, just pushing in iron-rich foods is not effective. Always talk of diet diversity. Have a balanced diet wherein you're talking of good quality proteins, you're talking of, yes, vitamin C or vitamin A or protein for enhancing iron absorption, but it should not be limited to only iron-rich foods. Dietary diversity is an indicator of the diet quality. So if there is a poor dietary diversity, that itself increases the macro and micronutrient deficiency and nutritional anemia. Iron bioavailability, yes, all of us are aware that heme iron absorbs better, vitamin C enhances, while the inhibitors of phytase, calcium, tea, coffee, polyphenols inhibits. So the food-based interventions, which is culturally appropriate nutrition education, will definitely improve. And the key micronutrients, as I just mentioned, are these. The next major health concern or nutrition concern, I would not say, but is obesity. In fact, obesity, when you actually start looking at a history of any condition, we actually end up coming down to obesity being the crux of the matter. It's a chronic, multifactorial disease, mainly characterized by body fat and impaired health. It's driven by genetic, environmental, behavioral, and metabolic factors. It's not just calorie excess. So we need to be present to a good history taking wherein we are really clear, is it just excess calorie intake or are there other factors that I'm BMI alone is inadequate due to heterogeneous obesity-related health risk. And way back since 2013, obesity is now recognized as a disease and not just a lifestyle condition. The types of obesity. There is a classification where we need to be clear because that's where you address the nutritional considerations also. So is it central obesity, which is more abdominal fat, that has more metabolic risk, insulin resistance is more? Or is it subcutaneous obesity where your at least the metabolic risk in these conditions will be lower? Again, you have metabolically healthy obesity, metabolically obese but normal weight. So again, this classification helps us define how we are targeting your nutritional. Genetic obesity, of course, sarcopenic obesity. The muscle mass is so low, high fat, and this is not only seen in older adults, we are typically seeing this more. So body composition analysis becomes very important when we are doing an anthropometric check. You cannot just do weight, height, and BMI. We definitely need to look at body composition and check on the body fat percentage, along with also looking at is it visceral fat that is more, subcutaneous, or both. Muscle mass has to be checked on, otherwise we are not targeting the right dietary approach. Of course, hormonal obesity because of various endocrine disorders. What is the management strategy? It is multifactorial on the cause end, even treatment so, or management or therapeutic management definitely has to be looking at multitude of factors. If you see this infographic out here, healthy foods, control stress, sleep, and then close monitoring. So dietary modification definitely has to be individualized. It cannot be one diet fits all, right? It cannot be so. It has to be nutrient dense, but reduced in their calories. At least 5 to 10% weight loss has shown to improve the metabolic health. So we don't need to target all of the weight loss immediately. Physical activity, at least to target more than 150 minutes per week. Moderate, that gives you a moderate physical activity, or 75 minutes per week if they're doing vigorous physical activity. But target on both strength training and also the cardio. When it comes to cognitive behavioral treatments, targets psychosocial drivers of overeating, improving adherence, and long-term control. Mindfulness and lifestyle also has to become an important strategy in managing obesity, and we need to advise them or take support from a specialist, a psychologist, when we're looking at mindful eating, good sleep, stress control, and definitely reducing all the high fat, high salt, and high sugar options, especially the ultra processed foods. Just wanted to touch base on, apart from dietary management, we are all aware of the pharmacotherapy and the recent advice on the injections of Ozempic, so the liraglutide, the semaglutide, or the tirzepatide. You have all these now come in as strategies of pharmacotherapy to address obesity and in turn diabetes. On the oral tablet end, you only had Orlistat, which was earlier, but there was no other diabetic drug. So it's mainly lifestyle management. So even if you go in for the Mounjaro, the Ozempic, or any of these subcutaneous injections, it's back to lifestyle, diet, and physical activity. Moving on to yet another condition that is a challenge, of course, both for men and women, but again, specifically in women. It's a growing concern. The unfavorable diets that have been identified are the artificial sweeteners, refined carbs, and excess intake of trans fats. But the favorable dietary components are plant-based fibers, fiber and protein-rich, omega-3s, and vitamins and minerals. There's yet no strong evidence in terms of the alcohol and caffeine, but phytoestrogen in a diet has shown to help. Folic acid is recommended for women of the reproductive age, and the common deficiencies observed is iodine and vitamin D. So we need to monitor and supplement if required. Even for fertility, the Mediterranean type of diet has shown to have good impact. It positively influences, it improves insulin resistance, reduces the risk of obesity. So we need to emphasize on intake of fruits and vegetables, grams and pulses, whole grains, low-fat dairy, poultry, and oily fish when we're looking at the omega-3. And definitely limit on the red meats and simple sugars. So the pro-fertility diet, there are studies, enough number of studies. I'm just quoting here one where it is a prospective cohort where They have found that a high adherence to the Mediterranean diet definitely improves fertility. The healthy dietary patterns linked to higher live births, and this large cohort, this pro-fertility diet associated with lower risk of ovulatory infertility. So this type of diet where you decrease the trans fats and animal protein, increase the monounsaturated fats, plant protein, fiber, and low GI fats, increase the non-heme iron and B vitamins with folic acid specifically, has definitely shown to be supporting fertility treatment and inclusion of high-fat dairy. Definitely other lifestyle factors has to concentrate on physical activity and a moderate coffee and alcohol intake. So these are the factors which have supported fertility outcomes. The Western style of diet, definitely what we are talking of, the high sugar, high refined foods have all been negative in there because it's at the stage of conception or preconception. It's shown to affect or reduce the blastocyst formation and follicular hormones, and hence high fast foods, lower fruit intake, there is greater increase in infertility risk and hence delayed conception. Evidence suggests adverse effects, but we need more human studies. So if you look at it in a nutshell, if I put in all the nutrients and their benefits or this one, the nutrients of folic acid, vitamin B12 and vitamin B6 have shown to be, evidence shows that it definitely is recommended. There is lesser risk to miscarriage. Vitamin D, because of its hormonal regulation and insulin sensitivity, the receptors of which are in the endometrium ovaries, all these are shown better impact. So supplementation is advised if you find them deficient. Calcium, iron, zinc, iron, selenium, and magnesium are the important minerals which have a key role in oocyte quality fertilization. So deficiencies that are commonly seen are again iodine deficiency. So we need to look at supporting because magnesium definitely supports insulin sensitivity. Estrogen-like activity which we can provide through phytoestrogens. So we have some studies which show that it may improve the assisted reproductive techniques, ART and live birth, but the evidence is not still conclusive. I just wanted to get your notice to gluten. Most of the young women who are planning for pregnancy or with PCOS want to give up gluten. Let's make it clear that evidence is very clear. It is relevant only in celiac disease. So if a woman has celiac disease, yes, it might be beneficial in avoiding gluten, but otherwise there's no benefit of gluten-free diet in non-celiac women or infertility. All other antioxidant-rich vitamins, vitamin C, E, A, have also shown to reduce oxidative stress, and oxidative stress is definitely linked to PCOS, endometriosis, and infertility. So do concentrate on these antioxidant-rich diets. Gut microbiota definitely has a role in immunity and metabolic regulation. So there is very clear evidence that the Western type of diet, which I had just shown about high refined foods and high fat, high salt, high sugar foods, definitely causes a dysbiosis and inflammation, whereas a good fiber diet or a balanced whole grain diet is beneficial for the microbiome. Caffeine and alcohol has its impact on hormonal balance and pregnancy outcomes, hence has to be limited and taken within the safe limits. So when we advise young mothers who are actually planning for pregnancy, there are certain criteria as a checklist that we do tell them so that they are taking care that they are within the healthy eating pattern. So what is optimum? We first have to tell them and we monitor their chronic conditions. So the first clinical parameter is HbA1c always to be aiming less than 5.7. It's very important that they start their pregnancy journey at a good glycemic control. If they're already diabetics, optimization of glycemic control prior to pregnancy is also important. And then we ask them to aim a HbA1c of less than 6.5%. Those young women who are stepping into pregnancy, planning for pregnancy with PCOS, their target should be to aim a normal body mass index. And for those who are already with a high body mass index, we ask them to target a weight loss of just 5%, because even 5% weight loss can lead to significant improvement in the PCOS condition. So emphasize on a diet that's rich in complex carbs, fruits, vegetables, and whole grains, avoiding or limiting on the saturated fats. So as I earlier said, the DASH diet or the Mediterranean diet has shown to be good, and research has proven to be beneficial in improving fertility in PCOS. Those who are anemic, pregnancy is a state of hemodilution further. So there's an increased need of both these things. So those who are planning for pregnancy and already anemic, they have to get their anemic status corrected. So there's an association between the maternal iron status and the iron status postpartum. So it's very important to get their hemoglobin levels normal before they step into pregnancy. So for targeting infertility, nutrition has to call your diet or your advice has to target folic acid, vitamin D, iron at least 15 milligrams per day, omega-3, and zinc. Zinc depletion has shown to actually, during preconception, has shown to disrupt the oocyte maturation. So those who are going through fertility treatment, we have to be specific that they're taking a zinc-rich diet also. Moving on to pregnancy. So what is the optimal nutrition during pregnancy? Again, another important life stage in a woman's life where optimum nutrition for the women lowers the risk of complications such as gestational diabetes, preeclampsia, preterm birth. It helps to manage the weight gain within the recommended range, because again, excessive weight gain during pregnancy can increase all these metabolic conditions. And a well-balanced diet also provides a nutrient in preparing this young mother for the postpartum supply of nutrients and supporting breastfeeding. Hence, optimal nutrition is advised. It also benefits the baby, as you know. So we need to look at the 3 trimesters of her pregnancy, adequate essential nutrients for the proper organ formation of the fetus, optimal birth weight, and reducing the risk of developmental abnormality. So we need to look into the foods of omega-3 fatty acids, foods rich in fish and fortified products can also benefit the cognitive abilities. So these are the specific nutrients that we need to meet the demand of pregnancy. At least 480 micrograms per day of folic acid. So a supplementation is mandatory pre-pregnancy and continuing till the stages of pregnancy. The first trimester is only folic acid. Thereafter, from the 16th week onwards, the supplementation of iron plus folic acid is given, because the requirement to meet the increased maternal red blood cell mass and provide the loss that happens during delivery. Calcium intake at least 800 milligrams per day is the RDA.
Excuse me, ma'am.
The risk of preeclampsia.
So sorry to disturb you, but a gentle reminder, just 5 minutes more to go.
Sure, I'm winding up here.
Okay, thank you so much.
Omega-3 fats is also important, and vitamin D is for the fetal skeletal development. Right? So these are the nutritional needs during pregnancy for the women. Sorry. So this puts it in a nutshell on what are the food groups that should be covered. The National Institute, ICMR National Institute of Nutrition's dietary guidelines for Indians gives this chart pretty well. You all can all refer this, because it gives very, very explicitly what are the major food groups to be covered and with the quantity. So cereals and millets 240 grams, pulses 80, and as you see, fruits 150, specifically vegetables and green leafy vegetables given separately, and at least 400 grams of dairy, 400 ml of dairy products. The next stage of lactation, of course, again, we all are aware it's the highest. Hello? Yeah, we are all aware that the highest the calorie requirement in a woman's life is during lactation. So the first 6 months is for exclusive breastfeeding. So the requirement is the highest, and the key nutrients are again calcium, zinc, folates, and vitamin B12. So we need to concentrate on nutrient-dense diets to meet and protect both maternal health and optimal breast milk secretion. Finally, menopause is also again an important phase in women's life. Again, this is a stage where there are a lot of symptoms, physiological changes happening, hormonal changes happening, and also health risks. So the nutrition approaches should concentrate on the dietary patterns of focusing on good proteins, calcium, vitamin D, fats, omega-3, antioxidants, and these minerals. Needs decline for iron in the postmenopausal stage, but routine supplementation is definitely not thus recommended. The phytoestrogens that you get from soy products, flax seeds, legumes can help and are shown to reduce the symptoms of hot flashes or menopause. So we could use it based on our history. So to put it in a nutshell, you need to tailor your nutrition through women's life stages. At each of these stages, if you notice, right from menarche, pregnancy, lactation, premenopause, or menopause, there are essential nutrients that we need to be addressing to get in the total benefit of health for the women. Just wanted to wind up with two common questions that I always get from my patients. Does chicken cause early periods in young girls? Definitely not. There is no scientific evidence that poultry chicken consuming causes an early menstruation, right? Poultry is a good source of protein and hence has to be given. It is the total fat intake of the child that we need to be alert to. Similarly, a common FAQ is, can I drink milk if I have PCOS? Again, we are very clear that it is nothing to worry that considers milk and meat from treated cows. We should always remember that even if they are injected with any of these enzymes or hormones, they have no effect in humans since they are actually deactivated in the body. Hence, I conclude by saying that womanhood is not defined by just one role, but by the strength across every stage of life, and nutrition should definitely be meeting that. So a balanced plate always is the key. Look at every stage of a woman's life, nutrition requirements should meet the total concept of a balanced diet with specific nutrients varying, as I just explained. Thank you.
Ma'am, thank you so much, ma'am. That was a very insightful session. It has truly given us enough power to think about becoming stronger women.
So we now move ahead to the next session. May I invite Dr. Lakshmi Menon ma'am to kindly come forward and introduce the speaker, Dr. Praveena Kodoth, who will join us virtually.
A very good day to everyone who's present here. After listening to many deliberations on wellness of women, we have someone who's come from another discipline altogether. We have amidst us an economist. So we've been listening to health professionals, psychologists, and we saw how women's health is such an interdisciplinary science. So today we have an economist amidst us, a very popular economist with us. I'm very happy to introduce Professor Praveena Kodoth, who is with us from the Center for Development Studies, Trivandrum. She is someone who has a very, very long CV, and I will do justice in probably 30 seconds, and I'm sure her talk is something that we're much awaiting. Professor Kodot is empowered with an illustrious academic journey, and she holds a PhD in economics from the University of Hyderabad. She's been in the service of several leading academic and research organizations, and her work has also got many laurels, and she has also been in the reputed institutes like the London School of Economics, where she has done her postdoctoral fellow. She also brings with her a rich research experience with a very, very long list and a very empowered list of research publications and several relevant projects that are in the domain of gender and development. And Professor Kodot, Dr. BMN College of Home Science, Mumbai, and along with us, the Avinash Lingam Institute for Home Science and Higher Education from Coimbatore, are indeed very happy that you could join us virtually today. And we do look forward to meeting you in our campus sometime in the future. And we're definitely looking forward to the topic that you have on hand, which is the work-life balance. Welcome, ma'am.
ಇದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಆನ್ ಆಣೋ can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I can't see them. How do I sharing? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just getting some help to do this. I'm gonna check that.
Professor Praveena, we are able to see you and your presentation.
Yeah, can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to see me. It's one or the other. എത്ര സമയം എടുക്കും? Can I take 2 minutes to straighten this thing out?
Sure.
Okay.
മാഡത്തിന് അവരെ കാണണം. മാഡത്തിന് അവർക്ക് കാണാൻ പറ്റും.
പറ്റുമോ?
പറ്റും. മാഡത്തിന് കാണണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ
പ്രൊഫൈലിന്റെ സമയം എടുക്കും എന്നാ വേണ്ട ശരി താങ്ക്സ് കേട്ടോ അഭിലാഷിന്റെ പ്രശ്നമില്ല താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച് Okay, good morning to you all. I hope I'm audible. Do tell me if I'm not. Just a second, I'll just do it.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Rupali, I'm audible, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'll start. Thank you for inviting me to do this. Let me just put out a few caveats before I begin. Um, I mean, I just heard the fag end of the last presentation, and I could see that it was quite specialized in the domain of health. And you know, I haven't really worked directly on work-life balance. I really thought about it when you asked me to do this. So this is not something that I had previously engaged with, at least the concept of work-life balance, though of course everybody hears of it. And in doing field work, I have heard my respondents, particularly recently when I did interviews with students who've migrated from Kerala to you know, various countries abroad, and also nurses who've migrated. They have repeatedly mentioned this issue of work-life balance as something, because when there's migrated students, they would have been working here. You know, it's a hectic kind of atmosphere, and then they go there, and the jobs that they take up after studying have work-life balance, which you're not supposed to work during the weekends. Once you leave your office, there's nobody gets in touch with you and asks, you know, various things about the work that you've left behind. So, and you actually leave office on time. So those are contexts in which I have been hearing about work-life balance, as mentioned by my respondents, but I hadn't really directly worked on it. So what I did was to do a quick look at the literature. I didn't really have very much time, but I did think that I should not really be talking about it without some reading. So it's a very arbitrary kind of look at the literature. So I can't claim to know what the field is like. And yet I got a sense of where this concept is applied in the social science literature. And it seems to be quite narrowly applied in the context of regular salaried employment. So, you know, the professions. And as we know, much of employment in the Indian context, over 95%, is really in the informal sector. And a very large proportion of that is precarious employment, daily wage, irregular, etc. So then I thought it was important really to take the concept out of its embedded context, which is a very comfortable context to be embedded in, and see what kind of relevance really does it have. What questions does it raise if I pose this question of work-life balance in the informal sector, and particularly among women in the informal sector, who, of course, as we know, men and women, there's a gender division of labor, and the division of labor works differently, right? When you go down the hierarchy, the economic hierarchy. So at the lowest levels of the occupational hierarchy, you'll find that women have very little time really for anything. So this whole idea again about working to live and living to work, this is something that was used, two concepts that were used in one of the papers that I read. Working to live is basically survival work, right? You have no choice, but you have to work. So it is the lack of choice that is there. And living to work is basically that the meaning of life itself comes from work, and that's something you choose to do, and therefore there is choice, and it's a very different context. And in between, these are two extremes. In between that, there is this, especially if you're looking at women, there's this whole negotiation of whether you can work at all, where can you work, to what extent can you work, how can you work in ways that accommodate all your other responsibilities? You know, how do you manage your time in between all of this? So that's really the kind of thinking I did in coming up with the presentation that I had. By no means really a paper or anything, but I've put together some slides based on, like I said, an arbitrary kind of literature review, and also drawing on work that I'm familiar with, work that I have done on women's work in the informal sector, women's work among salaried employees, and so on. So this is just, thinking with this concept and thinking through this concept of the work-life balance. Now, I wanted to start with two stories, and that's why the first slide that I have, I don't know, can you see the picture of Pali? Is it clear? Is the picture clear? Can somebody tell me?
Yes, ma'am.
So you can see there are 3 young children in a yard, 2 boys and a girl. They are in a yard. Actually, I have to tell you that this is a plywood yard. It's a plywood factory, but plywood factories are actually yards, and it's very minimally automated. It's a kind of at the the plywood industry is probably at the lowest end of the manufacturing industry, the manufacturing sector, because it has very little of mechanization and automation. There is some, but very, very little. Most of the tasks are manual. And you have a lot of migrant labor families who are working in the plywood sector in Kerala. So this is an area where I've done field work. It's in central Kerala. And at any time of the day, you will find a lot of children in these yards. This was around just about 5 o'clock, which means these are children who may or may not be going to school, but if they were going to school, they would have come back from school, and their mother and father, or their mother is probably working in this yard, and that's why they're there. They're floating paper aeroplanes or something over there. But as you can see around, there's a lot of plywood dust. It's not the ideal place for children to be. But the mother's shift is not over, and therefore the children are here. So this is, I wanted to reflect on the notion of work-life balance in the context of precarious employment in the informal sector. And that's what I intended by using this picture. The fact that a mother cannot be back home by 5 in the evening. Her work shift is not over. She's got to work for 1 or 2 more hours. So what happens to her children? They come here and they are working. I mean, they're playing in this. Now, I had pictures of much smaller children who are in the plywood yard, even, right through the day, because the mothers have nowhere else to put their children. There's no childcare infrastructure that they could use. The Anganwadis are not accessible to them. Anyway, Anganwadis can only accommodate children between 3 and 6. So younger children have nowhere to go. Even the 3 and 6 children, mothers are invariably not able to put them in the Anganwadis because the mother's work starts at 8 o'clock. By 8 o'clock, she has to be at the plywood yard, and it gets over only after 5, and sometimes it's 6 or 7, which means she cannot go and pick up her children from the plywood yard. So it also sometimes means that because it's usually the mother's responsibility to ensure that children attend school and so on, and these mothers are working, they go to work thinking that the children have gone to school, but they actually don't go to school. They go somewhere else. They just have fun. They roam around. Therefore, all of this is a consequence of the kind of work that they have, the lack of work-life balance, and yet their life depends on it. So, how do we then think of the whole question of a balance when your life is basically is one of getting a basic survival, and that therefore work means everything. You have to work, you have to put in those long hours of work every day in order to just survive. And both men and women, both husbands and wives, have to work in order to survive. So that's one context. That's the informal sector, and it's the precarious informal sector. You can have better conditions even in the informal sector. As against that, I'm going to take you to another story. I don't have a picture for that, but this is a story of a dramatically different context, and yet it's telling you something very interesting about the work-life balance, even in a protected context of employment. So this. I beg your pardon?
12 बजे आपको जाना है 12 से 1 उधर पेमेंट गया अभी तक आया नहीं 12 से 1
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Ma'am, someone had entered.
There was some noise, so I'm just wondering if is there some problem?
No, ma'am, someone had entered.
Oh, okay, fine. Sorry. Okay, so the second context that I wanted to refer to, and this is something that happened to me just a couple of days ago. I was talking to a young boy who's a sales executive in a car distribution company. And when I was talking to him, he told me that his mother was a policewoman. She's been working as a policewoman for the last 20 odd years. And so I was asking him about his life, and he said that she would go and pick him up in her police uniform from school and take him to the police station where he would do his homework. Or when she was on night shift, he would go with her to the police station. He would sleep there. There's a room upstairs, he says, where you can sleep. So he's literally grown up in his mother's work context. Constantly having to go there because the mother can't take him home. And it's not that I was asking only about his mother, but it is the mother who is really responsible for this. So think of the idea of work-life balance for a woman in protected government sector employment. Now, that's the government sector is the dream employment for a section of the middle class because it comes with all kinds of employment protections, right? You have leave, you have pension, you have a regular salary, you have social protection, all of that is there. And yet, you cannot take leave endlessly, right? So you really have to manage your children. You can't, you may not be earning so much or to be able to arrange for somebody else to go and take your children home. And if you take the school bus and they drop the child off at the home, then there's nobody there to take care of the child. And therefore the child then goes to the workplace of the mother. And it's interesting, he told me that his mother got this job on the day she got the notification on the day he was born, and she had to join training 2 months later. So she had to leave him, and it was his mother's younger sister that took care of him. So there again, you see how women have to accommodate, right? If you want to have a job, then there are a whole lot of accommodations, adjustments that you need to do with respect to your other responsibilities. Now, it becomes, or it is seen in our Indian context as the mother's responsibility. The father somehow does not enter this narrative at all. Men are, of course, seen as providers, breadwinners, and so on. And so that's seen as a major part of their identity. It's seen as a legitimate quest. If they don't have a good job, then they'll be looked down on. But doing work and even doing it over long hours is seen as something that's quite normative for men. But you can see that with women, even in the best of circumstances in protected employment, the question of work-life balance is a slightly slippery one, right? I mean, it's this, if you're talking about borders, the childcare, the kind of responsibilities that you have, unpaid work that women do at home, they have to bring a part of it to their workplace. It's only then that they can actually manage both their work and their lives. So these are two big vignettes that I wanted to introduce to you at the beginning to actually raise this question of the limits that gender and class pose to the whole idea of work-life balance. And I say gender and class deliberately because in both these vignettes, I have women who are mothers, but I also have the whole idea of economic class. The people in the precarious informal sector are poor, they don't have a choice, they need to work. The ones in protected government employment, they may have come from relatively poor backgrounds, but once they get into government employment, they are of a different social class. So that's what I want to begin with. And here, I hope it is clear to you the kind of question that I'm posing, which is really about how do we think of this whole idea or this notion of work-life balance in this, very broad range of occupations that we have, which women have, even when women have access to these jobs or to these occupations, they're not able to leave their other responsibilities behind, even as their job itself may extend into their homes in some contexts, and that would be flexible working, where you take work home, which is something that I will take up in a little while. So now, this is basically I'm following on here and asking those questions and also introducing the idea. So the concern over work-life balance emerges from the idea that work-life balance has important implications for both personal well-being and work-related outcomes. Now, these are things you would have got from a health and nutrition and other kinds of perspectives from the previous speakers. But it also implicates an imbalance between work and the rest of life. Now, if there was no imbalance, there's no reason why we should be talking about a work-life balance, right? It's only because there is an imbalance that may emerge, as I said in the beginning, from choice or because of survival constraints, survival compulsions, that we are talking about this whole idea of work-life balance. And of course, that the fact that it has implications for human well-being. Now, work-life balance is affected by gender-based division of labor and gender inequality in society, gender disparity, as there is high gender disparity in access to paid employment, and also gender disparity is reflected in occupational segregation. So we are all, we're all teachers. I'm a teacher. I'm sure you have teachers in your college. So you'll find that teaching is a profession in which you find a disproportionately large number of women, and it's seen as an extension of the care sector. So occupational segregation on the labor market and women's unpaid work in the household. So, so gender disparity in access to paid employment and occupational segregation on the labor market, and then women's unpaid work. So the disproportionate share of unpaid work that women do in households. So these are two things that really impinge on women's time. Their unpaid work in the household, which they cannot leave out, but the fact that if they've got to take up full-time paid employment, then there's no respite for them. They have to do work like anybody else. But the labor market really is shaped for individuals, male, as default assumption is that they are male because they are seen as coming to the labor market without any prior constraints. So this unpaid work is not seen as really part of the package of the laborer. However, it is also affected by other inequalities, importantly class and caste. And when I'm talking about caste and class, it's because in the Indian context, the class and caste overlap in a very big way. So how do we address work-life balance among those who work extended hours for their everyday survival? Now there is scholarship. Like I said, I took a look, and so I'm just going to put a couple of points across the three studies that I've drawn on here. So the literature on work-life balance focuses mostly on working men and women in the professional sectors, such as IT professionals, teachers, managerial staff in organizations. There's little engagement with the concept in the context of informal labor, precarious employment, and flexible forms of working, chosen because of supply side constraints. That is because you can take up flexible forms of employment because you prefer to do that. You have other choices. You can also take it up because you don't have other choices. If you want to work, that's the only kind of work you can do given your other constraints. So they're very different ways of choosing. Work-life balance for working women came into the spotlight during the pandemic because the pandemic pushed everyone back into their homes. Now you had to work within your home, you had to do your unpaid work within your home, you had to live and survive and everything. And pandemic sort of, all kinds of, it was like a pressure cooker in which all kinds of tensions burst within the home. You couldn't get your domestic help if you were of the middle class. and all kinds of tensions came to the fore. So that was a context in which, work-life balance was like subject to, you could really see the kind of implications it has. So studies examine perceptions of stress of male and female employees directly, or compare self-reported assessment of stress at the workplace with supervisor's assessment and analyze it in terms of the gender of the employee to identify gendered perceptions. So these are some of the ways in which the literature looks at work-life balance. So they take job stress as an indicator and look at, what are the factors that underpin. First, of course, they look at whether there are systematic gender differences in job stress, and they find that there is, or at least this one paper does. And then they also look at, whether support from the family, support from the spouse, etc., can actually reduce that stress, and they find that it can. Another set of questions, which I alluded to just now, how does gender mediate assessments of work-life balance of employees? And this is an interesting study that looks at gender differences in ratings of work-life balance based on self-reports. That is, the employee is reporting their, their perception of work-life balance, and the supervisor's appraisal of 40,000 odd managers in 36 countries. So supervisor can say that, men have better work-life balance, women have a worse one. So what they found was that the gap between supervisors' assessments and self-assessments are greater in countries with less gender egalitarian cultures, which implicates supervisors, internalized norms. And how did they find that? In low egalitarian cultures, men had higher levels of work-life balance due to the congruence between their traditional work and family roles as breadwinners, than women whose traditional care roles is less congruent with involvement in paid work. So they identified this difference, but they also found that across two sets of countries, it was different. And they see that it corresponds to the kind of traditional gender norms that exist in the less developed countries. So they use scarcity and depletion theories, which suggest that an individual has limited amount of time and energy, such that involvement in one role depletes these resources, resulting in lower performance of other roles. So typically, women, because of their family roles and the time that they have to spend on it, they have less time to perform their paid employment roles. And therefore, in that context, supervisors may have assessed working women in low egalitarian countries as less balanced due to the perceived inability to fulfill the greater traditional expectations about women's family involvement, such that these women were judged against stricter standards than either their male counterparts or women in more egalitarian countries. So the inference is that supervisors' appraisals were influenced by local gender norms and stereotypes. So that was an interesting country, and it's also large scale data of 36 countries and so on. A third paper which looks really at the pandemic, and that's interesting because it also looks at yeah.
Ma'am, sorry to disturb.
Yeah. Tell me.
Ma'am, there are 5 minutes left. Ma'am, there are 5 minutes left for the next meeting.
Fine. The pandemic's fusion of professional and familial domains disrupted Indian women's transition between home and work environments, leading to indistinct boundaries and a lack of balance. So the paper draws on role theory, which is basically gender role performance, to find that women's engagement with domestic responsibilities may create the perception that they're incapable of meeting demands for their professional obligations. They also draw on what is called border theory, which compartmentalizes the domestic and professional realms and allows women to differentiate between their duties in each domain to prevent role conflation. During the lockdown, women had to combine the performance of professional and family duties within the home, creating challenges to work-life balance. Now, I wanted to introduce this. This is typically what it's a macroeconomic framework for income and estimating income, and this is the basic framework. You have the household, the government, and the firm at the center, and then you have transfers. The only point I want to make here is that government and firm are seen as both productive units and consumption units. The household is seen only as a consumption unit. And the implication of that is that labor is not a produced input. It is like a natural resource. It's like mining, raw material. It doesn't, our economic framework does not recognize that labor is produced. And so all the unpaid work of women that goes into producing labor is not considered within this economic framework. Now, feminist economist, this is Diane Elson, has come up with an alternative vision where the domestic sector is actually envisioned as both producing, it produces labor, but it also consumes, and you have to consume to produce, right? And she makes the point that unless you recognize the domestic sector as productive, by implication, that unpaid work has to be recognized as, work that contributes to the economy. There'll be depletion of human capacities, and also of, she also brings in this additional dimension of values, which I'm not going to get into just now. Now, this is basically from 2024, the 2016 Time Use survey. And the point that I wanted to make here is, if you look at employment, females' work participation rates are lower than that of men. But if you look at unpaid domestic services for household members, you'll find that women's participation is higher than that of men. Look at unpaid caregiving services, you find again women's participation. So this is participation, how many women and how many men participate. But when you look at culture, leisure, mass media, it's men who are participating more, though it's not such a big difference. But when you look at average time spent, you'll see the difference. On employment and related activities, again, women are spending less time. But look at the other categories. Look at unpaid domestic services. Look at the gap between men and women. Unpaid caregiving services, the gap is very high. So you can see the gap is actually less for employment, but much more for unpaid work. So women are really involved in a huge part of a large part of their time is going into unpaid work, and therefore they have far less time than men for other things. The context in which we need to reimagine work-life balance, where women's right to work while living separately from her husband is legally in question within a marriage. And this is from a paper that came out in EPW. It's on a special issue on care work, and it actually shows through, by looking at case law and family law, that a woman who is living away from her husband in a different place because she's employed there, by law is not seen as having a right to do that. So the husband can actually file a petition for restitution of conjugal rights and claim that he wants the wife to come back to the conjugal home, which is his home. And the only context in which women's employment has been recognized is when the husband's economic status is low, which is when the woman actually earns more than the husband, and especially when she's working in the organized sector or in government employment and so on, not in informal sector. Then there is, we also need to reimagine the work-life balance in a flexible working context within the informal sector that I spoke about right in the beginning, and lack of transportation infrastructure and institutional provisions of childcare, which actually create a scarcity of time for women. So this is the RCR, restitution of conjugal rights context. I mean, it's I basically mentioned what the issue is, but maybe I'll just underline the last bullet point. So the courts really focus on the husband's economic status and not on women's autonomy when they're adjudicating on restitution of conjugal rights. We usually hear of RCR in the context of sexual rights, but actually it also pertains to labor. Now, flexible working in the informal sector. I've used another paper and from EPW by Jagannathan and Datta, and here you can, this is a narrative of a woman who's working in the global value chain context. So this woman who says, now I have sat with this upper, she's stitching shoe uppers, okay, the upper part of the shoe. She's a home worker, she's working in her home. I have sat with this upper, this will keep me occupied till 8 at night. I have time only for eating food. I will eat and then I will stitch again. My son will come home from school in the afternoon. Then I have to take him to tuition. While stitching in between, I just get up to do household chores and then get back to stitching. When I'm working, I try to concentrate on that so that the work is completed in good time, but something keeps cropping up. Now, another context of flexible working is that of migrant labor in the city. These are women who are migrating, families who migrate from other states. This is like in Gurgaon, and it's Bengali migrants. So in migrant households, decisions about who works, who provides care, how resources are distributed are rarely straightforward. These negotiations are shaped not only by gender roles, but also by economic precarity, kinship obligations, spatial constraints, and life cycle needs. So this is what a woman says. It's non-stop. From the moment I wake up to when I fall asleep, I cannot afford to waste a single moment during the day. I sprint to work, rush back in the afternoon to cook for the kids, then head to work again. When I'm finally at home, I continue working. It's like I have wheels. And she laughs. So you can see, I mean, let's just think work-life balance. Where does it have any space in this?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
Your time is up. Other speaker is waiting.
Okay. Do you want me to just stop there? Or you want
It
me
would be better if you summarize it.
Yeah, okay. So there's just one more context I have, which is of salaried women. And the key problems here were really the lack of transportation infrastructure and care infrastructure as well. Therefore, for them, the kind of suitable jobs were those where the employer was kind enough to give them flexibility. But they nevertheless viewed work as a right. And they were deeply regretful about having given up work, and they had given up work. So, to sum up, the question is who really has access to work life balance? And to answer that question, I'll go back to these two concepts working for life and living to work and working to live. So, these are both very different choices, but in between them, the whole lot of scenarios, including all the three kind of scenarios that I've sketched, which involved a combination and intersection of gender, class, and caste. And you can see that according to the intersection of these three categories, people are placed very differently. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for a clear and insightful session on work-life. Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. So,
छोड़ दूँ तो आके वो ये खत्म कर दे छोड़ दे हाँ पूरा बोल नहीं यार फिर एक और बार थैंक यू
thank you, ma'am, for a clear and insightful session on work-life balance for women.
We now proceed to the next session. Emerging trends in women's health. So I request Ms. Paulami Desai to come forward and introduce the next speaker for the session, Dr. Veena Shinde.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my privilege to introduce our next speaker for the session Emerging Trends in Women's Health. Dr. Veena Shinde is a senior consultant obstetrician gynecologist, an infertility specialist with over 30 years of experience in women's healthcare and more than 10 years in advanced reproductive treatment. She is currently associated with Cloud9 Hospital, Malad, and is the founder of the Shinde's Medicare Hospital and Spandan Advanced Reproductive Center, Mumbai. A gold standard clinician and academician, Dr. Shinde has performed over 20,000 deliveries and has expertise in high-risk obstetrics, infertility treatments, IVF, and complex fetal conditions. She is also a renowned researcher, trainer, and pioneer in marina insertion in India, known for her compassionate counseling and commitment to excellence. Let's all welcome her with a round of applause. We invite you, ma'am, to conduct the session. Thank you.
A very good morning to everybody. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am.
See, in today's world, it's very important that women are aware about their body and about their problems. And all of them should get training about a lifestyle, because the lifestyle is the major cause of all disease and all the physical and health issues that they face. So, in lifestyle, diet is very important. They should avoid junk food. Exercise is very important. They should at least give 20 minutes of their day for exercise. It could be different types of exercise, because they have to work, and because they have to work, they should have a very good mindset when they are working. To work comfortably, it is important that their health is in good condition, and that is why exercise is a stress buster, and it helps to regularize the hormones and the problems that they face. Most of the girls today are not aware about contraception, which is a very important aspect. As they go from adolescence into their sexual life, they are not at all aware about contraception. There are different types of contraception, like barrier contraception, oral contraceptive pills, injectable contraceptives, intrauterine devices, and there are implants which can be implanted in the hand. Also, they are not aware about the menstrual pain that they get. Periods are irregular, periods could be painful, and we have seen lots of girls facing polycystic ovaries and endometriosis in the recent 15 years. Most of the girls are facing either polycystic ovaries, that is a lack of periods, or obesity, hirsutism. Hirsutism is hair growth, acne, and the other people are facing period pain. Period pain is because of endometriosis. What is endometriosis? Endometriosis is when your periods, rather than coming out from the cervix, get spread into the abdominal cavity, and they then settle on the ovaries, and they settle on the fallopian tubes into the intestine, and that causes severe pain. Every time the girl gets her period, she is in severe pain. Now, this should not be taken lightly. You should visit a doctor, and you should get yourself checked for endometriosis. In case of endometriosis, there are very good medications which can be taken, which will protect your fertility and which will prevent your pain. So it is very important in such cases to visit a doctor. Even fungal infections or urinary tract infections are very common today, because girls are working and they go to common bathrooms. In case of urinary tract infection, please get a urine test done. Please go and see a doctor, get the right medication done. Otherwise, your kidneys can get affected. Drink plenty of water. And even if there is any fungal infection, go and get yourself treated. Don't wait for problems to increase. Now, polycystic ovarian disease is a very, nagging problem today. Girls don't understand that not getting periods is not normal. So it is better to visit your doctor. With a sonography, you can see the size of the ovary increased. You can see the size of a ovary is generally small. What happens in polycystic ovaries is there are multiple follicles. Generally, in a normal period, one follicle matures, ruptures, and you get your period. So it generally ruptures around the 14th day, and you get your period around the 30th day of the period. When they are polycystic ovaries, you don't get your periods, and you're not aware that you have polycystic ovaries until you do a ultrasound. So get an ultrasound done. Basically, girls should have an annual checkup done at least once in 3 years. Suppose there is some problem, you will get to know whether there is diabetes, there is thyroid, whether there is a vitamin D deficiency, whether there is vitamin B12 deficiency, because all this can have a very adverse effect on the health of the child. Even when girls are married and when they get pregnant, they should know that there is something called an ectopic pregnancy, which is an abnormal pregnancy where the pregnancy rests in the fallopian tube, and it could be very, very critical. So please visit your doctor frequently, ask questions, get yourself sorted. Don't sit and wait for problems to arise. See, parents are there, parents are busy, and you have to, on your own, wherever you are working, whichever organization you are working in, they will always ask you for your fitness. And because of that, you must see that you are fit. Now, there is a trend for, fibroids. Many of the girls get heavy menstrual periods, and on sonography, it is seen that they have fibroids. If the fibroids are small in size, they can be treated with medications. So please take the medications and see that the fibroids shrink, because fibroids can grow from a size of a seed to the size up to 5 kgs also. In that case, you must see that, in case the fibroids grow very big in size, then they may require surgery. So please go and visit your doctor, get your screenings done. There is a cervical cancer vaccine that is available, which can be taken by girls from 9 to 14 years. There are only 2 doses to be taken, 6 months apart, and 14 to 45 women can be protected from cervical cancer. So please get your vaccination done in case you have not done it, and be safe, because this vaccine is very, very safe. There is no problem after taking the vaccine, and now we have been giving it for 25 years. In foreign countries, even the boys are taking the vaccine. In India, at least the girls should be protected by taking the vaccine, so that there is no chance of cervical cancer. Now, IVF. Everybody is fascinated by IVF. What is IVF? In vitro fertilization, where the girls think of freezing their eggs so that they can continue their work, and later on, once they have completed a certain aspect of their professional life, they can think of looking after a baby and getting pregnant. Generally, egg freezing is done between 25 to 30 years of age, after they have post graduated and when they are on their own. At 25, generally, girls are not ready for motherhood. After 30, 35, they are ready for motherhood. So this is the window where egg freezing is generally done. And what is egg freezing? Once you get your periods, an egg develops in the ovary and it matures around the 14th day. When you come to a fertility center, the doctor examines you, and in case you are a suitable candidate for egg freezing, then certain injections are given, and around the 14th day, you get a cluster of eggs. Around 10 to 14 eggs are retrieved, and they are different grades of the eggs. Then, depending on the quality of the eggs, they are frozen and they can be kept for future use. Around 20 eggs should be frozen if you want 2 live babies. It is not necessary that you consume these eggs later on. They can be kept frozen, and in case you conceive naturally, you don't need to use these eggs. But in case you are not able to conceive and you get married at a little later age group, see, in egg freezing, you don't have to be married. But for IVF procedure in India, you need to be married. Then only IVF is done generally. So it is important that your fertility should be maintained. For fertility to be maintained, you should be in good health. That is why diet and exercise, as I mentioned earlier, is very important. So following a healthy diet with plenty of salads, fruits, vegetables, proteins, and a lesser quantity proportionally of carbohydrates. Less of oils, less in the oil, you should generally use filtered oil and not use refined oil. Ghee is good. And as far as possible, see that your BMI is maintained. A BMI of 22 is supposed to be good. So try and fit into that bracket of healthy, because when you are healthy, the chances of getting disease are less. And in case you fall sick also, your recovery is good. See, there is lots of viral infection in the market today. There's lots of pollution today. So it is important that you remain fit. Now, nowadays we see that the AMH count is very low. AMH is anti-Mullerian hormone. Now, why is this AMH low? Because women are not paying attention to the quality of the food they are eating. They should eat a balanced diet and they should exercise regularly. Smoking, alcohol is very detrimental to the health of the woman. It reduces their lung capacity, it reduces the quality of the eggs, and in boys also, it spoils the quality of the sperms. So, it is not good. Maintaining a healthy vitamin D and a B12 level is also important, and you will not know this until you get your blood test done. So, once in 3 years at least, you should check out for diabetes and for vitamin D, B12, and it does make a very big difference to your health. Now, in polycystic ovaries, there are some girls who are very thin. Now, even there is a thin PCOS and there is a obese PCOS. The obese PCOS gets corrected as soon as you lose 5 kgs of weight, but the thin PCOS, that is polycystic ovarian syndrome, is very difficult to treat. See, there are surgeries that are there like laparoscopy, but it is important that you control your lifestyle because lifestyle has to be maintained even after you undergo a laparoscopy. With a good lifestyle, ovulation occurs, it improves the obstetrical outcome and it decreases the maternal complications, and it prevents gestational diabetes, it prevents hypertension, and these are the common problems that occur during pregnancy in a polycystic girl. See, bariatric surgery is one of the options available now, but if you can avoid it, it is better. It is only meant for women who are above 120 kgs of weight, which we should not go towards. We should gradually with good lifestyle, good diet control and exercise, lose weight. There are lots of medicines available in the market like Ribelsis, semaglutide, Monjaro. Everybody is listening about them, but they are not good for health. They cause pancreatitis, they can cause blindness. So until it is really required, you should not go for these treatments because they can cause a very deleterious health in the long run. And it is better that you stick to a good lifestyle, that is diet, exercise, and proper sleeping hours. It is very important that you sleep for 8 hours a day. It is very difficult, but then you have to stop scrolling the phones and you have to stop watching movies at night and go to sleep soon. Get up early and have a happy and healthy life because women are very important. Women's health is very important. The woman is the person who keeps the house together. The woman is the person who is responsible for procreation, and the health of a woman is very important because she gets the baby into the world, and we need a healthy offspring and a healthy mother who can look after her child for a long period of time. See, today cesarean is also very common because women don't want to undergo the pain, but it is not that painful. The women who have delivered normally will vouch for it that it was not that painful, and recovery is better after normal delivery. Until it is really required, you should not opt for a cesarean section because if you deliver normally, then the quality of the health is better for the mother and the child. Breastfeeding is a very important aspect which women should keep and consider. At least for 6 months the mother should feed the child, because if they feed the child, there is a good communication, a good bonding, better immunity of the child, and the child has a better health and can fall sick less frequently. During IVF, it is not necessary that it is always successful. Remember one thing. See, in IVF, there is something called PGT, where we check the embryo on the day 5 of of the day 5 of the maturation of the embryo. The embryo is checked, and only if it is healthy, it is transferred into the mother. See, IVF is quite a painful procedure. At least for 15 days daily, you will be taking injections. And after the transfer of the baby into the womb, also, injections continue for almost 3 months. So, if you can avoid it, it is better. But if there is no choice, then you have to go through it. It's a boon because girls at 40 years also get pregnant and they can have healthy babies with the use of the new innovations that are available. And it is very important that every girl becomes a mother because it's a craving of a girl to become a mother, and it's a very satisfying role of when you become a mother, and it's a very happy moment for the family when a newborn comes into the house. So I have tried to summarize in short all the different aspects from periods to to the different problems that the girls face in day to day life. And if you have any questions, you can definitely ask. I would like to answer them.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Veena.
Yeah.
And I think you've addressed a very right topic because we have a lot of young women in the age group that you spoke about. I just had a query because in your talk you mentioned about the cervical cancer
Yes.
and about the vaccination for the same. Can you tell us a little bit more?
See,
How do we avail it?
there are three vaccines that are available. One is Cervarix, one is Gardasil 4, and one is Gardasil 9. Now, Cervarix covers HPV 16 and 18. This is the virus that is responsible for cervical cancer. Gardasil 4 covers 16, 18, and two more viruses which prevent you from getting genital warts. Genital warts is a problem that is generally faced by women, and HPV and the Gardasil 9 has got 9 different viruses that are covered. So if it is, see, the cost of the vaccine, Cervarix is 2,000 rupees. The cost of Gardasil 4 is 4,000 rupees. And the cost of Gardasil 9 is 10,850. They are available at all medical stores. Even your gynecologist will help you to get them. It is to be taken in the hand. So there is nothing odd about it. It has no side effects. You should take one vaccine. There are 3 doses that have to be taken, one after 2 months and after 6 months. All the 3 vaccines have to be taken in the same fashion. See, the reason why there are 3 vaccines is so that everybody can be given. The government is trying to implement this in the national program. That is why this Cervarix has come at an economical rate of 2,000 rupees so that everybody can be vaccinated. So there should be no cost barrier. Gardasil 9 is
What would the age group be, ma'am?
9 to 14, there are 2 doses.
Okay.
And 14 to 45, there are 3 doses.
The 3 that you mentioned now.
Yeah, one, then after 2 months and after 6 months.
All right. And this can
Suppose
be
somebody
availed at
gets
any gynecologist.
any gynecologist. Suppose somebody gets pregnant, then they have to stop. It cannot be taken during pregnancy.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah.
Please come forward. Ma'am, one more question from the audience.
Yes.
Come forward.
Hello, ma'am. Can you emphasize more on the treatment of thin PCOS?
Thin PCOS also has to exercise, also have a healthy diet, avoid smoking and drinking, and it all resolves automatically. See, you should sleep well. You should not have more screen time. Try and avoid all these things because they harm your body. Getting up early, eating on time, eating home cooked food, avoiding junk food, that's all. It's
So,
very
ma'am,
simple, but it is not easy to do. You must carry your tiffin and you must eat on time. And see, everybody must drink plenty of water. That also helps to keep a healthy life. 20 kgs, 1 liter of water has to be taken. So, depending on your body weight, you must drink that much of water every day. These are very simple rules, but they go a long way in maintaining good health.
okay, ma'am. So, ma'am, as such, there are no medical treatment
There is
specifically
medical
required.
treatment. There are lots of medicines. See,
Okay.
what is the medicine? They are insulin sensitizers. What happens is the glucose content in your body increases. So generally, we tell people to avoid sugar in polycystic ovaries. Sugar in the form of white sugar. You can eat fruits which are sweet. They don't have any side effects. You can have dates. You can have jaggery is also not allowed because it is a insulin resistance. Although your sugar levels come normal, but your body doesn't respond well to sugar, so you should stop eating sugar. Sugar and salt both are responsible for bad health. So in polycystic ovaries, sugar is a very detrimental factor. So avoid sugar. You can have fruits and natural, good, healthy food, home cooked food. Avoid junk food. Eat on time. Stick to breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Have plenty of fruits. Drink plenty of water. Exercise every day because the happiness quotient has gone down in today's youth. So to keep yourself happy, if you exercise, automatically your body feels good. And it does help in resolving the polycystic ovaries. See, the commonest medicine that is given is metformin. That is a medicine that is used in diabetes.
Yes.
So it is better if you can do without medicine. It's better to avoid sugar than to take an anti-diabetic drug.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an insightful session. Now we proceed to the lunch break. So I request all the participants to get back by 1:45 p.m. The food boxes will be available in the turf area. You can get your food boxes by showing your ID cards. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. So, the next session that we're proceeding to is based on AI and content creation in women's wellness. So, now I'd like to invite Dr. Madhvi Sathe to kindly come forward and introduce the speaker for the session, Dr. Neha Sanvalkar.
Good afternoon, one and all. Good afternoon, Neha. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Neha Sanvalkar Rungta. Dr. Neha is a woman of many facets. As a student of nutrition, she has topped the university for her MSc Dietetics. She has a doctoral degree in health science and is also a certified diabetes educator. As an academician, she is an associate professor at HCJMRI Jahangir Hospital, Pune. She's visiting faculty at LSI and Dr. BMN College of Home Science and an alumni representative on the Board of Studies at SVT College of Home Science for 2 terms, 2009 to 12, and currently from 2024 to 2027. As a researcher, she is a PhD guide with the Savitribai Phule Pune University, having successfully guided 3 PhD students and has guided more than 50 PG students. She's a consultant statistician at Kokilaben Ambani Hospital and Research Center, Mumbai. She's been providing statistical consultation for more than a decade for more than 600 PG, MSc, and PhD students. She's also the managing editor for the journal Current Research in Nutrition and Food Science. As an entrepreneur, she's the director and founder member of NutriCanvas, an academy for skills in nutrition, health, and research. All her hard work has earned her many awards, one such being the National Award for Excellence in Academics 2023 at IAPN India Clinical Nutrition Congress at Chennai. We welcome you, Dr. Neha, and request you to conduct the session on AI and content creation in women's wellness. Welcome.
Thank you, Madhvi ma'am, for the kind introduction. And at the outset, I'd like to thank, ma'am, am I audible?
No, just a minute. Yeah, now you'll be audible.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am, once again for the kind introduction. And at the outset, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me for this lecture. So my talk is going to be a little bit different than all the other talks that you've been through in the last 2 days because it's going to be more of application based talk, and I'll try and keep it short in the given duration of time that has been allotted to me. Just a second. Just a second. I'll just share my screen again. Yeah, so yeah. So it's going to be a very different kind of a talk because it's going to be more of application-based talk. But of course, before we go to the application, we need to go through a little bit of theory of all the things, right? So diving straight into it, why do we need to create digital content? And that's what my entire talk is about. So in today's era, there is it's a change in health landscape, okay? And patients are continuously relying on online resources to check for information, to check for health-related information. In the past, people used to go to the doctor, to go to the nutritionist and ask them, about things. But now they first go online. So I'll share a very quick small story. Recently, I've been a little under the weather, and I was suggested that I need to contact a laparoscopic surgeon. So the first thing that my husband did also was, to go online and check who's a good laparoscopic surgeon in our area around where I stay. So that's how relevant online social media information has become for us. And you wouldn't believe that as per literature, 60 to 74% of people revert to digital social media for the first information on health. So that's how important it is that you spread Just give me a minute. I'm so sorry, everyone. So we come to today's main topic. Why do you need to create content in women's health? We are all here, and why are we creating content in women's health? First of all, we women account for 50% of the world population, right? And the way things work in our body are very different than they would occur in a men. Okay, we are biologically much different because we undergo a different hormonal cycles, periods, pregnancy, menopause, and the things that function in our body is different. I'm not going to go into details of it because you all being science students, all of you know about it, right? We undergo hormonal transitions, and this is one thing which is really poorly addressed in the mainstream media. Now there, of course, you will get a lot of these social media influencers coming up as menopause coach or pre-menopause coach, but it's still these coaches which are there, and they may or may not be educationally qualified to create this content. And if you look at science as literature also, women are underrepresented in literature. And if there are sex-based social determinants that shape behavior, that is, if you do interventions which are targeted towards women, they are going to have better effect or impact on women's health. And as compared to, it's a very generic male-female kind of a comparison. So we need women-oriented content out there for women to take charge of their body. So most of the times what happens is when we talk about social media and today's content, we only think of Instagram and Facebook. But let's start from the basics. The basic content of social media or the basic type of digital content that you can create is a blog. Now, this is one of the most common questions that students these days ask me, ma'am, blog क्यों लिखना है? कौन पढ़ता है? But trust me, a blog is where people actually get to know your expertise. Those 3-4 slides on Instagram, those reels on Instagram, those short videos on YouTube, they do not tell client your expertise. I started my journey, my career as a blog writer. I have written for many magazines, I've written for many newspapers, and that is what got me recognition to the general public, right? So blogs are very, very important to write. Of course, then you have your videos and you have podcasts. So now when you're talking about blogs, what all can you write in blogs? You can write informative articles. You could write personal stories. Why personal stories? So now when I started this lecture, I told you about, how my husband looked for a laparoscopic surgeon online. Okay. Now then when I convert this into a story and I put it online, people would be very keen to know more about me. So personal stories tend to make you connect with your audience on one-on-one basis. And industry news. Nutrition or health is a completely evolving field of work, and there is new information every second day that is coming out. So if you convert this information into news on your blog, you will have a lot of subscribers to your blogs, and blogs are a great source of earning money. When you're talking about video content, you can have tutorials. So as nutritionists, as dietitians, you can have many kind of tutorials. You can have tutorials on healthy cooking, what are good recipes for women, what are the good foods for women. Something as simple as, we have this misconception that goes around is jaggery is much better than sugar. But at the end of the day, there is a very slight difference of 5% or 10% in the nutritional composition of the two. So is it really that healthy? So those kind of tutorials can easily be made by all. Vlogs and live streams are another source of digital content that you could look into. And these days, it's the world of podcasts. Nobody has time to, sit and watch videos. But when they're traveling, they want to hear podcasts. Podcasts, as all of us nowadays knows, are just interviews with industry experts. But podcasts really started as storytelling of people talking about their stories. And of course, you can have educational series, a learning series as podcasts also. Apart from these, because we have such highly developed social media content, you have quick and engaging formats such as your Twitter, Facebook, you have Instagram. You also have visual storytelling with a lot of infographics and ebooks. And other formats of digital media content includes writing newsletters, conducting masterclasses, and webinars. So based on whatever you are comfortable with, you can dwell into either of these formats. As a starter, when you are starting your digital media journey, you should pick up one format, which is a long form format, and one short form format. What is a long form format? Something like a blog, which is a longer form of content. And a short form content can be a reel, or it can be even the Instagram images, or a Twitter handle can be a short form content. So when you are into digital media content creation, what are the steps that you follow to create any content? First is ideation. You need to think what you're going to create content on. Now, this is an entire step-by-step process, and at each step, you could use your brain or you could use AI, right? So once you've decided what you're going to create a content on, then you first start planning and organizing content for success. So what do you mean by that? So for example, I recently had a student write an ebook on microgreens, okay, or probiotics. So when she sent me the content on probiotics, I realized that there was a difference, or there was a mistake in the flow of the content. Her writing was great, but when I looked at the flow of the content, certain things should have come first and certain things should have followed later. So now, as a person who has done a lot of writing, has done a lot of reading, I knew at first glance that there was an issue in the flow of writing. So I immediately told the student, you know what, there is a flow mistake. Your writing is great, but you need to improve the flow. I put her entire document on ChatGPT, and ChatGPT gave me the exact same flow which I told the student needs to be maintained. So now I can think about it in the same fashion as AI does for me, because I have first of all done a lot of writing myself. And before you touch AI, it's very important that you understand and manually learn to write and develop content. And that is why I'm including these steps in content creation for you. So first is you will decide what you want to do. Then you will create an outline. Once you have decided or derived an outline, you will start producing, or you will start filling in the bits and pieces in your outline. Once you have filled in the bits and pieces, you start editing your content. Once you've edited your content, you will publish it online, and then you will promote it. Promotion is very important, because unless and until you promote your content, nobody is going to know that you've done that content. हमने लिख दिया, हमने publish कर दिया, but लोगों को पढ़ना भी तो चाहिए. People should read, or people should view what you have written. And that's why promotion of your content is very important. It's absolutely important. And you being qualified people, it's very important that you all promote your articles, so that quacks or coaches who have zero knowledge of nutrition, who have zero knowledge of health, we can prevent their misinformation from spreading, and you can promote your actual accurate information in place of those people. So before we actually start into creating content, you need to know certain things. First is you need to know your audience. What do you mean by know your audience? You need to know who you are writing for. So right now we're talking about women. So you need to know you're writing for women. Now in women also, you could be writing for teenagers. You could be writing for women who are undergoing menopause, women who are into premenopause, women who are having health issues like diabetes or cardiac issues. So first you need to define who your target audience is. Then you need to know how to use storytelling into writing. People do not like draggy, boring topics. You have to learn a knack of how to tell a story through your topic, okay? Next, also everybody nowadays has a digital phone. Everybody wants to view content on phone. So whatever platforms you are using for publishing your content, they need to be optimized for mobile. Next is consistency in branding and posting. If you want to be relevant, if you want people to know, if you want people to reach out to you, or if you want to reach out to people consistently, you have to consistently keep posting. If you post today and then you don't post for another 2 months, people will forget you. So you have to be consistent in posting. Also, if I'm writing a 1,000 word blog, I have to put images in between. If you see the kind of reels that are coming out on Instagram, there are infographics that are inserted in between the person who's talking, right? Which we call picture in picture effect. So you have to incorporate visuals for better impact so that people are grasped towards your content. If you see my presentation right now, I could have had a very simple plain background and a simple impact, right? But I wanted to capture your attention, and that's why I've incorporated a lot of digital or a lot of infographics or images in my presentation so that your attention is captured. And you have to utilize a lot of multimedia elements when you're creating digital content. So why AI? AI is changing the entire gamut or facet of content creation. AI has automated a lot of processes. AI has enhanced the way we work. So a lot of the images created for today's presentation are also created or generated using AI. That's how impactful AI can make to a presentation also, okay? So what does AI do? First of all, AI will speed up your work. AI will enhance your editing process, and AI will automate distribution. AI is not like a single step usage. You have to use AI at every stage. You use AI to generate an information or generate an idea. Then I can use AI to write my draft. Once I've written my draft, I can also ask AI to do a refining or a SWOT analysis. So normally for all my blogs, for all my ebooks, what I do is I go to ChatGPT. I tell ChatGPT do a SWOT analysis. So ChatGPT will tell me what are my strengths, what are my weaknesses, what are the things I can change, what are the things I can improve. So it gives me a complete step-by-step SWOT analysis. Of course, AI can help me create stunning visuals, which I can use to break monotony of my content. And of course, AI can be used in publishing. So I'm going to show some of the AI tools which you could use in content creation. So one of these is called as phrase.io. Is my slide screen visible? Can I just know? On phrase.io. Can somebody just tell me if phrase.io is visible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So phrase.io is a paid app, but you can get up to 2 to 3 blogs per month, which you could write for free using phrase.io. So you normally give like you do with ChatGPT, I have given a command to phrase.io that I want to write a 1,000-word article on natural sweeteners for nutritionists to make them aware of different forms of natural sweeteners. Now, it's very important that whenever you're using AI, you define AI, what is your word content, what is your target audience, and the topic of your article. So I had just given this command to a phrase.io, and it has given me this article. Okay. So it has given me what is natural sweeteners, and it's gone to honey, its benefits, then it's gone to maple syrup, stevia, agave nectar, coconut sugar, date sugar, monk fruit, and then it's given a conclusion. Now the same prompt. So this is called as a prompt in AI language, right? So the same prompt I gave to ChatGPT. And this I gave today morning itself, okay? So I want to write a 1,000-word article for natural sweeteners for nutritionists to make them aware of different forms of natural sweeteners. Now, what I want to tell you all is I have been using ChatGPT quite a lot. And now this ChatGPT is trained to write the way I want it to write, okay? So now let's compare the difference between, I already showed you the output that phrase.io generated for me. Now let's see the output that ChatGPT has generated for me, and you'll see the difference because I have been using ChatGPT for last 1 year to write content, okay? And when I say content, I don't mean that I rely totally on AI. I'll tell you, we rely on a lot of different tools and we incorporate a lot of different stuff, and that's how we generate good content, because completely getting a content out of AI is not going to lead you anywhere, because that anybody can do. Okay, so you have to take this and then have to edit it. I'll tell you also how we're going to edit it. Okay, so when ChatGPT wrote for me, it started with natural sweeteners and evidence-based overview for nutrition professionals. Then it started defining what is natural sweeteners. Then it classified natural sweeteners for me as something which gives you calories. So wherein it considered honey and jaggery. Now, if you see the phrase.io, it excluded jaggery. It did not include jaggery for me. It did not include, I think it included maple syrup. Then it gave me the second classification, which was natural liquid sweeteners with high fructose content, which was agave nectar and date syrup. Then it gave me the third classification, which is natural sweeteners but 0 calories, which included stevia and monk fruit. Then it gave me sugar alcohols. Then it gave me whole food sweeteners. And then it said me keep key counseling considerations for nutritionists. So when nutritionists counsel about sugars, what are the key considerations they should keep in mind? And then it gave me a conclusion. So now you see that because the difference, and now if you gave the same command to ChatGPT, it will give you a very different output, and it will probably give you an output like phrase.io gave you, because your ChatGPT is not trained to think like you. My ChatGPT is trained to think like me, and that is why it's given me a more structured content for a nutritionist, which I wanted it to develop. Now, if before we go on to how we are going to edit this article, I want to show you 3 very important tools, which are research-based tools, okay? It's very important that when we are creating content, we check every single information with evidence-based information. And how do we check that? We have 3 tools which are very, very good. One is Elicit, one is Research Rabbit, and one is Connected Papers. Though all these 3 tools have paid subscription, even if you use free subscriptions, they work excellently well. So I'm going to use something which all of us, and I have one more thing which I'm going to show you on ChatGPT. So say prevalence of anemia in India. And I just say enter. Okay, so this is on elicit.com. It will take about half a minute to generate content for me. And it has given me this article, say prevalence of an entire article, and this is a systematic review. Okay, so it will give me multiple articles like this. I can select these articles and I can export. So as many articles I want, I can then download the bibliography on my system. So Elicit is basically more of like your PubMed, but it will search many more databases than it would do in terms of PubMed. Okay, because it will search all the databases out there. I had asked the same query on Research Rabbit. Okay, I'll show again. So prevalence of anemia in Indian women. And I say search. So it's updating my search. So it's given me this article. Suppose it's given me this article and I click on this article. Now the thing with when I click on the article, it took me to the actual article for the journal. And when I just simply click here, okay. If I just simply click here and I say search, it will create a network of articles which are similar to the article I selected. So now I want to see this article. It will, if an abstract is available, it will show on the right. If the abstract is not available, suppose I'll go to this article. The abstract is available, it will give me an article here. And if a free PDF is available, it will show me the free PDF. So these are called as mind maps, okay? So it will show me all papers that are similar to or being cited by this, and similar is connected paper. So again, prevalence of anemia in Indian women. And when I click on enter, suppose say it's given me this article, I select this paper. It will take some time because I'm using a free article and a free subscription. And it has given me all these articles which are either similar to the article which I selected or have quoted the article. So I don't have to go on and read and find individual articles ki kis paper ne isko cite kiya hai. Everything I get in connected paper. So it's that great of a tool to use. Elicit, Research Rabbit, or Connected Papers. Minded that because we are using the free versions of this paper, it is good that you use at least 2 of these tools at one time so that you get better output. Apart from these tools, some of the tools that you would require when you all are doing content creation is one is recording tool. So StreamYard is one recording tool which I really love to use. One of the reasons why I love StreamYard is because it auto-purposes your long form videos into short form videos automatically. And of course, writing tools is Grammarly, Quillbot, and I absolutely completely adore and recommend PaperPal. Now, PaperPal is this particular tool which you can use free or you could use the paid version. The free version and the paid version both come with Turnitin plagiarism checker. The free version comes with 3,000 words per month, which gets renewed on 1st of every month. However, the free version will not tell you where exactly the issue is. The paid version comes with 10,000 words every month, and it will tell you कि आपका कहाँ पे क्या plagiarism issue, and it's a Turnitin-backed plagiarism, which is the best plagiarism checker out there. So it's a great tool to use. You can download a Word plugin, or you could use the online option also. So here, two of the great things is you have something called as Chat PDF, wherein you can just upload your PDF and you can start asking questions to ChatGPT. So for example, I had already uploaded an article here. And it can say what are the main arguments in the paper, and it will tell me what are the main arguments in the paper. Okay. Or I want the summary of the paper. So it will give me the summary of the paper. So if I don't have time to read the entire paper, this is a great way to go about and use your PaperPal. Of course, PaperPal is a similar writing tool like your ChatGPT. Like your Grammarly. So you could use that for all other purposes. What I really want to tell all my audience here is that when you're creating content, please use scientific information to create content. And I'm going to show you all that very quickly in 2 minutes. So how we are going to do that? I have downloaded a paper on anemia and already saved it on my system. I'm just uploading that article here. Now I have some prompts which we will share it with all registered participants through email. So you all don't need to take screenshots of this. Okay, so suppose I want to convert this article, which is a scientific paper publication that I've downloaded from PubMed, into a blog. Okay, what I could do is I could completely just copy paste this prompt. I have uploaded the article and I'll just put the prompt here. Okay, now ChatGPT will create a blog based on this scientific paper. And when you post this blog on your blog, it's just wonders, because aapne jo post kiya, you've posted a science-backed information for your audience to read and not something that you've created purely using ChatGPT. That's the wonder of AI, and that's how you should actually be using AI to create your social media content. Not just blogs. If I suppose want to convert this into an Instagram carousel, I could do that. I have a prompt for that also. So now ChatGPT is writing me the blog based on the key findings of this paper, okay, and what it is meant for and what is the biggest takeaway. If I put the prompt for creating the social media content and a carousel post, ChatGPT would do that also for me. It's a 7-slide carousel post that ChatGPT has given this to me. Okay, so we'll share this with you, wherein I have prompts for how do you create an Instagram reel, LinkedIn post, Twitter head, email newsletter, infographics, and a podcast episode using scientific paper and AI. So you're using actual content which has been published and not purely AI generated stuff to create content for the women who are following you. And one last tool that is very important is Anara.com. Okay, so Anara.com is like a checker for you. Aapne kuch padha and you want to check if the information is correct or not. So I asked Anara, is it true that 1 in 3 women suffer from osteoporosis? So it searched for information and it says, yes, among postmenopausal women, roughly 1/3 women suffer from osteoporosis, and it's given me the reference. But again, it said that if you look at women in general, it's not true, because younger women, osteoporosis is less. So thus the statement 1 in 3 women suffer from osteoporosis is accurate only for postmenopausal women and not for all adults. Okay. So when we do a lot of writing and when you're using AI, and when AI gives you these kind of infographics or say statistics, you go to Anara.com and check whether the statistics given by AI is accurate or not, and only then use these references and then quote it in your articles. Then you'll be sure that whatever you're presenting is correct and you are going right. So I'm almost towards the end of my presentation. I just want to show you all some, and of course you can use ChatGPT and Canva to create visuals. One very important thing is that you need to know how to create prompts when you're using ChatGPT or Gemini or Microsoft Edge. One, you need to define your role and your audience. So I write, I'm a nutritionist, I'm writing for nutrition because ASNHR does a lot of writing for nutrition and dietetics professionals. Okay. Then I state my goal clearly. What is my goal? I want to write a blog of 1,000 words. Okay. That's my goal. Provide content and background. So I have a blog on a website called Substack. So I want to post the blog on Substack. I want to create an awareness amongst nutritionists about all possible kinds of natural sweeteners available. So that's my background and context. Structure with formatting instructions. Now, what does this mean? Make sure the language is formal. Because I write for nutritionists, I say make sure your language is formal and educational. Use tables wherever required. Use flowcharts wherever required. Specific tone and style, again, make it formal, make it educational. That is my tone. Set boundaries. Set boundaries is it has to be a 1,000-word article. It has to be a 2,000-word article. It should not become very, very childish. So that's my boundaries. Make sure you give references everywhere. That's another kind of boundary. Okay. Iteratively refine. What does it mean is that once ChatGPT has generated some content or any AI chatbot has generated some content, I will tell AI, are you sure you've not missed out on anything? So I recently generated a content on the probiotic concept that I told you about. And I asked ChatGPT, are you sure you've included all the recipes to be included on AI, all the strains of probiotics? And then ChatGPT was like, no, I forgot these strains. These are also included. I generated another one wherein I asked on methods for qualitative data collection. And ChatGPT lost and it did not give me at least 5 of the modern techniques of qualitative data collection. So I reiteratively asked ChatGPT, please make sure you've given the right content. Okay. And you've not missed out on something. Then you ask for variance. You can ask for variety. And then you say, please give me references to validate my information. And now with the latest 5.1, 5.2, ChatGPT normally gives you right content. And then repurpose and recycle. As I showed you with the PDF content, एक ही PDF का you can make a blog, you can make Instagram posts, you can make reels. So ask ChatGPT to recycle your content. Okay. One thing you need to keep in mind is that even if you're using AI, there are certain ethical things that you need to keep in mind and certain pitfalls to that. Okay. The benefits of using AI is it saves times. It improves clarity and sparks creativity. However, the pitfalls may be it can generate wrong or made up facts. Okay. That is why it's very important we use tools like anara.com to authenticate our information. Risk of plagiarism. Risk of plagiarism is it can plagiarize content from all over media. AI is what? We are training it to generate content, right? You are feeding information to AI and it's generating content. So there can be a risk of plagiarism and therefore you need to use tools like Turnitin to make sure there's no plagiarism, and there's risk of overdependence. So we took 4 interns in April this year, and the first content, I told my interns they could use AI to generate content, but when they generated content and I told them do not rely on AI. Generate content, but fill in the information based on scientific literature, which you go on PubMed or Elicit and Research Rabbit and read. But when they got the article to me, I could see that it was completely AI generated without any feedback from their end to it. Okay. And then I showed them how I can identify it. Now, understand one thing, our thought is our oil for our brain. So over-reliance can make your brain stop to work. Okay. So please do not rely totally on AI. Okay. And to make sure that we do not over-rely on AI, there are certain best practices that you could follow is always check for the information on ICM or WHO NIN website. Use plagiarism checkers, and always, as I said, I have trained my AI to work for me. You need to develop your own personal tone. Otherwise, as I identified with my 4 interns, that's completely AI generated. Anybody can identify it's completely AI generated unless and until you know how to modify it for your own self. So in summary, I know it's a very short time, but to conclude my short talk, I'd like to say that AI is a very powerful assistant. It's an assistant. It's not an author. Always fact check for content. Okay. If you want AI to generate good stuff for you, please write good prompts. AI will help you save time, simplify science, and connect with wider audiences. And there are multiple tools that are available out there which can help you write, create visuals, video, and research. Use AI to amplify your expertise and not replace you. Okay, there's a lot of who about AI will replace you, but AI cannot replace you because AI is using human brain to train itself. And human brain can think much more than AI does. Okay. Stay authentic, stay ethical, and audience focused. When you're using AI, specifically when you write ebooks, please declare that AI has been used to create the content. We, as publishers who are registered with ISB, and any ebook that we publish, we very specifically write if we have used AI, that we have used AI to generate content. Okay. That's the responsibility you have when you're generating content. Experiment, refine, and make AI a part of your personal workflow, and do not let it replace you. So to end, I'd like to say one last thing. The future of nutrition communication belongs to those who combine evidence-based science with power of digital tools like AI. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an enriching session. Now we move on to the prize distribution. So, does anyone have any questions?
I don't think anybody has any questions.
How
there?
many did ma'am mention? How many AI tools?
I mentioned about 6 to 7. I'll share it with the list of prompts, the AI tools also.
Ma'am, how many have you listed?
I have
That's
listed
the
some
question.
7 to 8.
That's not the question.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, Neha.
Hi.
Yes.
Hi, Dr. Lakshmi.
I think you've taught our students more on how to use AI, but effectively.
Yes.
So a big thank you to you for that. We were nodding our heads very vigorously when you kept saying it's an assistant and it's not an author. So just out of curiosity, how many AI tools have you worked with till date?
I have extensively, I have worked with PaperPal and ChatGPT.
Okay.
Those are my two go-to tools. I mean, for everything, I use those. Apart from that, I do use Elicit a little bit, StreamYard for recording. Elicit research paper and connected papers are obviously
That
on
helps a
there.
lot more.
Yeah, because as we are into research, we can't do without those tools. So these are the tools that I extensively use. Others not so much, but yeah, these are the tools that I extensively
So
use.
I think those are the starting points for most of us to begin with. And the others you can always play and find your best AI tool.
Yes, yes. All tools give you similar kinds of output, but whatever you are comfortable with.
Yes. And we have Dr. Pramila from Coimbatore who's joined us, who has a
Hello,
question.
ma'am.
Very nice to meet you online, Sneha.
Same here, ma'am.
I have a question on behalf of all the PhD scholars.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, truly, I was inspired more about the pitfalls of AI tool.
Yes,
Now,
ma'am.
can you just tell us exactly about the plagiarism when we do it in Turnitin?
Yeah.
So, AI plagiarism is accepted till 20%. But then I feel that probably and it also shows you what are the pages that you have used it for an AI. What if or how ethical such type of results can be given in our PhD thesis?
So, ma'am, ideally, you should not be using AI to analyze your data.
Yeah.
Analysis, though there are a lot of tools out there, analysis purely because I have tried using ChatGPT for analysis for one of our clients because we wanted to see the kind of results that ChatGPT produces versus what we are manually producing it. And ChatGPT just made a mess out of it. Very purely.
Sure.
So as far as results are concerned, you should not turn touch ChatGPT. What you could use ChatGPT is, like I said, you can upload an article and tell ChatGPT how is the results or data analyzed in this paper? Because a lot of time PhD students don't understand the analysis process of a paper, and we want to replicate that process. So for that, ChatGPT is a great tool, or any AI is a great tool, wherein you ask ChatGPT how the data is analyzed in this paper. Where you can really use AI in research is when you're writing your introduction and when you're writing a discussion, or to generate ideas, or to generate tools. It's a great tool out there. Recently I had a client from Kokilaben hospital, wherein we had to do a calculation, and even after reading the entire manual, there was so much confusion about what are the kind of calculations involved. It was a quality of life tool that was there for cancer patients, and ChatGPT simply made my life simpler because it actually created a complete Excel to do the calculations. But of course, as a person who believes that you have to cross check everything, I cross check every single calculation ChatGPT generated on Excel, just to make sure that there are no mistakes, because AI often generates incorrect information. So I will never totally rely on AI for results, and not at all for results, but for developing tools, for writing introductions, for writing discussions, yes. But however, it is very important that we disclose to the journal that AI has been used, and nowadays every journal asks for AI disclosure. So till date, I have not really used AI for writing a manuscript, because I do feel that if I do use AI to write a manuscript, I'm missing out on a lot of that process of understanding and writing myself. So I use AI for more of generic data, generic content creation than manuscripts. But you can use it, but introduction and discussions is where you should, or to generate ideas, or to develop tools, or to ask ChatGPT, what kind of questions I could use. For all of that, AI is great. But results, definitely not. You should manually do it. Otherwise, there's no point of doing that PhD, because you do not know what you've done. Results are the heart and soul of a thesis.
Yes, thank you so much, Sneha. And that is the takeaway for all of us, that do not attempt writing a manuscript using an AI. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And once again, thank you everyone for inviting me.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So now we proceed with the prize distribution, for which I would like to invite Dr. Bhavisha Sancheti, ma'am, please. Sorry. Soon. It's on.
Hello. Okay. Thank you to all the participants who've joined us online and offline. And when the word prize distribution comes, everybody has a light in their eyes, because we know we are coming towards the closure of the seminar and conference. And it's an excitement for the participants who have participated in the oral presentations. Just to give a little introduction, we had 13 papers from PhD scholars. We had a combination of original research paper and review articles, which were categorized and they were evaluated differently. We thank Dr. Rajna Thar ma'am, Dr. Nisha Bilare ma'am, and Dr. Shifna ma'am for judging the competition. I would like to announce that the prizes for the oral presentation has been sponsored by Nutrition Society of India Mumbai chapter. And now let's go to the winners without ado. So the winners for the oral paper presentations, this was a presentation that was done countrywide. We have articles coming from different states. We had Goa, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Tamil Nadu, Kolkata. So we have the entire all the PhD scholars who have participated. The winners for the research paper categories are, the consolation prize goes to Miss Varsha Nayak. Third prize is for Miss Asma Sajid ma'am. Second prize, Miss Sheetal Bhatt. And first prize, Miss Shravani Patil. Sorry. Congratulations to the winners for the research paper category. We now move to the review paper category. The third prize, Ms. Tanishka Malvankar. Second prize, Ms. Mahima. Mahima ma'am is just right there with us. And the first prize goes to Ms. Fatima Kadir. Congratulations to all the participants. Email will be followed soon, which will say the procedure of receiving the prize money and the certificates. Thank you so much to all everybody. And we come to the conclusion of the 2-day, very well organized, very nutritionally and mentally a very enriching conference. I would like to call upon Ms. Fatima Fanuswala ma'am, Counselor, Dr. BMN College of Home Science, to kindly propose a formal vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, Bhavisha ma'am. Can you hear me? Yeah. I would like to extend my heartfelt vote of thanks to the management and principal of Dr. BMN College of Home Science for their constant guidance and support. I sincerely acknowledge Avinashi Lingam Institute, NSI, and Nurture Life for their valuable contribution and association for this conference. I extend my deep appreciation to our chief guest, keynote speaker, esteemed speakers, oral paper presenters, and panelists for sharing their knowledge with us and making this an even more fruitful conference. I would also like to thank all the participants for their enthusiastic engagement and thoughtful contributions. I express my gratitude to the interdisciplinary department, the faculty of MSc, and Mindspace Counseling Cell for the academic support and involvement. My sincere thanks to the non-teaching staff and technical team whose behind-the-scenes effort ensured smooth conduct of the entire conference. And last but certainly not least, I place on record my sincere appreciation for students and student volunteers whose dedication, discipline, and relentless efforts were instrumental in the success of this conference. Thank you so much for making this so meaningful.